All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee, Tuesday, March 3rd. First, I want to start out by acknowledging the birthday of Delegate Anderson. Happy birthday, Delegate Anderson. I also want to acknowledge this for the committee members. You might notice in the back, we now have a laptop that's playing the committee hearing to make it a little bit easier for you to monitor things that are going on. If you have to run and get coffee, as I will multiple times today, or get a snack, I just want to credit Delegate Naraki for having that idea and Trish for making it all happen, as with everything that happens out here. So thanks to both of you. With that, we will start with House Bill 1244, Delegate Rose, overhead transmission lines and eminent domain property value damages. And I also want to acknowledge we are joined by colleagues from the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate Ahrens, Delegate Queen, and Delegate Ampry. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, Delegate April Rose here to support House Bill 1244. This bill has to do with overhead transmission lines, eminent domain, and property value and damages. House Bill 1244 is intended to help Maryland property owners who find themselves in the path of overhead transmission lines and who are forced to defend the value of their property in court. It has two principal components. When the government or a utility exercises the power of eminent domain, the property owner does not have a choice. The land has been taken. The only remaining issue is how much compensation will be paid. While our Constitution promises just compensation, current law does not always ensure that the property owner receives it in practice. House Bill 1244 addresses this problem of litigation costs in condemnation cases. So as a scenario, a parcel of land is reliably appraised for $100,000, but the condemning authority alleges in its filing that the land is only worth $75,000. If the landowner accepts that figure, they're losing, in theory, $25,000 in value. If they go to court to prove the value, they may incur $20,000 to $30,000 in legal fees and expert witness costs. So even if the court ultimately rules the land is worth the full $100,000, the landowner must subtract those legal expenses from that award. So in practical terms, they may end up receiving far less than fair market value simply because they exercise their right to challenge the government's number. This will correct that inequity. So in short, if the owner is forced to go to court to obtain fair value, they will not be financially penalized for doing so. They will be made whole. Second, it addresses the impact of overhead transmission lines on neighboring properties. Current law compensates only the owner of the property directly taken or burdened by the transmission line, but what about the neighbors? If you can picture a small home located immediately beside the property where a towering steel transmission structure is installed, that family's land is not formally taken, yet they now live in the shadow of a massive overhead line. The visual intrusion is constant. The character of the property changes. Prospective buyers may be deterred, and the fair market value may decline. Under current Maryland law, that adjacent property owner receives nothing, despite the fact that their property has been diminished in value. This bill will provide a remedy. If a neighboring property owner can demonstrate that the construction of an overhead transmission line has reduced the fair market value of their property, they may seek compensation for that loss. This is not speculative or emotional harm. It is measurable economic damage. It does not halt any infrastructure projects. This bill does not prevent the construction of transmission lines. It simply ensures that when the government exercises one of its most powerful authorities, the power to take or significantly impact private property, Maryland residents are fairly compensated for real economic losses. This bill is about equity. It is about ensuring that property owners receive true and just compensation, not a reduced amount after litigation expenses, and not zero compensation when their property value is materially diminished next door. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I ask for your consideration and approval of House Bill 1244, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I do not see any questions, so appreciate you being here. Right. That will conclude the bill hearing on House Bill 1244. We'll turn to House Bill 1040. Delegate Stein, Maryland Strategic Energy Investment Fund Mandated Uses Climate Change Programs. If you have a panel, please have them join you. And I'll acknowledge we have colleagues from the Appropriations Committee here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. Maryland created the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, or SEIF, with the passage of the first Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, back in 2004. And we mandated that utilities make what are called alternative compliance payments, or ACPs, if they don't purchase renewable energy credits to satisfy the RPS. Today, the SEIF is comprised mostly of ACP payments and funds derived from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI. And as concerns about the climate crisis have grown and the green energy economy has also grown, we've expanded SEIF's renewable energy goals, its investments in Maryland's workforce, and programs to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. As the Maryland Energy Administration said in its fiscal year 2025 report, programs funded by SEIF help reduce energy bills, minimize energy waste, create jobs, improve reliability and resiliency, address energy access and equity issues, help attract or retain businesses, reduce emissions, and promote energy independence. So, in other words, it does a lot of good things. In the last several years, a confluence of events has led to a large influx of money into SEIF from ACPs, these alternative compliance payments, at precisely the same moment that households are seeing soaring energy bills, thus increasing the need for the funds to continue to be used as mandated. 2025, due to the state budget shortfall, the governor and the legislature took more than $300 million from SEIF to help balance the general fund. However, with the money remaining in SEIF, we continue to invest $365 million in programs that make our schools and homes healthier, reduce pollution from the transportation sector, supported local governments in their resiliency goals, trained workers to reenter the workforce, invested in new renewable energy projects through grants and low or no interest loans, and helped households reduce their energy bills. So what this bill does, HB 1040, is it reaffirms the state's commitment to these goals and investments by mandating level funding for fiscal years 2028 to 2032 for programs to meet our renewable energy affordability or climate reduction goals. And that's, again, the $365 million is equal to the amount invested in fiscal year 2026. Now, this year, ENT will consider several bills that would use SEIF funds for programs and initiatives that meet the intended purposes of SEIF funds. This bill is compatible with those bills, but guarantees that the funding needed to ensure the success of those proposals. Although the text of the bill offers proposed uses for these funds, we recognize that each year the needs of climate pollution reduction and energy efficiency programs may change, and new ideas may emerge to provide more effective and meaningful support for families and communities. So we would be willing to accept amendments to House Bill 1040 relating to the program supported by the minimum level of $365 million funding or to the formula that meets that goal. So in closing, I urge a favorable report for this essential bill. Spending SEIF for its intended purposes is critical to the state's goals of affordability, accountability, and responsiveness to the needs of Maryland families and to the achievement of our climate goals. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of my favorite committee, don't tell the others. I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here in strong support of HB 1040, which mandates that at least a minimum amount of funds be used for climate programs out of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. And we thank Delegate Stein always for his continued leadership as a champion of these issues. This legislation is a top priority for Maryland LCV. No one is more familiar with the energy challenges facing Maryland than these two committees, which have been charged with finding solutions to our state's energy demands and the high prices of energy facing ratepayers, while in the midst of a significant budget shortfall. All Marylanders, but especially low and moderate income Marylanders in overburdened and underserved communities, are counting on you to help reduce their energy costs and protect their communities from the impacts of climate change by advancing the clean energy economy. And Maryland ratepayers have given you the tool to fulfill these promises through the SEIF. The influx of funds do not come from taxpayers for the general fund and for general use. They are, in essence, loans from ratepayers entrusted to you for the specific purpose of advancing renewable energy and addressing climate change. Passing House Bill 1040 would be an affirmation that the General Assembly and the governor understand the purpose of these funds and are committed to using them for those intended purposes. While the bill identifies programs that have been funded by MEA through the CEIF, the bill was never meant to restrict to just those programs. We recognize that new programs may be identified by the agency or the legislature, which would effectively reach these goals with greater returns on investment. We are supportive of a number of complementary proposals to spend the CEIF dollars on CEIF things. I draw your attention to testimony by Jamila Ba and Sergine Yango from the Maryland Just Power Alliance, who tell compelling stories of the impact of these programs on lives and communities. Maryland LCV is grateful for your time and attention and strongly urge a favorable report on House Bill 1040 as the key solution to these challenges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Stein, for your leadership and common sense in putting forth House Bill 1040. Marylanders across the state, especially low income and the Marylanders in disadvantaged communities, face three significant burdens today: rising energy costs, rising housing costs, and rising health costs. That's not something that we need to tell this committee, but it is something that we need to address, and House Bill 1040 does that. It allows us to have sustained strategic investments that lower the energy bills, cut pollution, and significantly impact public health. The bill provides certainty that funds will support long-term affordability, not short-term relief, while giving flexibility to state agencies to respond to public needs. These funds matter on the ground to organizations like mine, the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, to be able to complete comprehensive weatherization and electrification work in low-income households across Maryland with the goal of protecting health and lowering housing costs. The funds support insulation and air sealing and ventilation, those things that are very practical in our work to deliver a safer and healthier whole house approach. The upgrades are able then to leverage other funding to ensure that Marylanders benefit. Marylanders like Wanda Kelly, a disabled elderly resident of Baltimore, who lives in a 1948 home and since 1991, and because of her disability, she had to move out of nursing, her profession of nursing, and became qualified for low-income services. She was about to lose her home, but by using a whole house approach, GHHI was able to braid funds, including CEIF-funded programs, to deliver not only comprehensive repairs, but a home that she could build on and build intergenerational wealth and live with dignity and health in place for her life.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished committee members. I'm Kathy Magruder, representing the Maryland Clean Energy Center, requesting favorable support for House Bill 1040. Maryland should prioritize the investment of these funds in a manner that will help consumers reduce energy costs for the long haul, not just one-time relief. Through existing and new financing programs with $50 million in funds appropriated through this legislation, MCEC plans to provide 0% and low-cost loans to over 10,000 single and multifamily households across the state to implement cost-saving energy efficiency, HVAC, solar generation, and solar with battery storage solutions. Loans and credit enhancements will assist over 140 small businesses and commercial property owners meet building energy performance standards and reduce energy cost. Advantageously structured and lower-cost bond financing will catalyze large-scale decarbonization projects for at least 49 municipal, university, school, and hospital facilities. Technical assistance, loans, lines of credit, and direct investment will enable approximately 34 commercial-scale transactions with project developers and could support up to 22 climate tech entrepreneurs bringing forward cutting-edge technologies as well as future jobs. As Green Bank loans and investments are repaid, over 80% of the fund can be recycled and reinvested in even more future projects and improvements over time. In closing, Maryland has been missing the opportunity to smartly leverage CEIF funds and gain substantial return on investment from the associated multiplier effect. $50 million could be multiplied over 6 times with MCEC to become $300 million in private investment, while generating job, wage, and tax revenue impacts for the state's economy. The overall deployment strategy we propose is projected to result in 2.7 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions avoided and gain over $343 million in energy cost savings for Maryland consumers. Thank you to Delegate Stein and Delegate Watson. We urge your favorable report for House Bill 1040.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. On behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, we urge a favorable report on HB 1040. Sierra Club has been a strong supporter and protector and proponent of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund and the Maryland Energy Administration since their formation. Speaking briefly to one of the sources, the alternative compliance payments. Every time a utility pays a alternative compliance payment, it's an acknowledgement that they were not able to purchase the statutorily required amount of clean energy. It is meant to go into a fund that is meant to then do its best to make up for the amount of energy that we need. Anytime that money is diverted away, that is taking money away from MEA or other entities investing in energy generation. And at that moment, that is something that we really want to do very cautiously. Secondly, the MEA programs have been incredibly effective at deploying money quickly because of their grant focus. We know that, for example, the LGEM program for local government had 160 million in applications for $64 million put out. The Decarbonizing Public Schools had 58 million requested for 36 million in grants. We know that the low-income energy efficiency programs are typically have triple the application rates. There are a large number of people, businesses, schools, and local government who have shovel-ready projects they're looking to invest in that will help reduce our energy demand and increase our energy generation, and do so quickly because they are ready to hit the ground. These investments are smart, they're prudent. They're also critical for us to meet our clean energy needs. There are a lot of long-term structural issues we need to address, but if we're wondering what we can do to increase generation and to encourage conservation, ensuring that more money does not get diverted away from the fund dedicated to those purposes is a critical first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the sponsor or his panel? Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. Great bill. I think Mr. Tolkien just answered my question, but I was curious about the specific amounts in the bill that you came up with, and is it due to past applications for certain sections? I was curious about the amounts that you came up with for.
I'll defer to other panelists on that, if that's okay, Delegate.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Delegate Boyce, thank you for the question. The amount that we identified was the amount that was, it was because it was the amount that was spent this year.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Not the 365. So the administration and the follow amounts for the purposes specified. How did you come up with the specific specified amounts?
Those were based, again, those were based on largely how the money was spent this year, plus asking for money for MCEC and school buses, because Maryland LCB will always ask for school bus money. But again, we want to offer flexibility. These are the programs as they were spent this year. There may be other ways. We want to make sure that the agency has the flexibility to spend the way in the most effective way within the goals that are set by the alternative compliance payments, as was mandated by this General Assembly.
Right. And then finally, I'm assuming the fiscal years 2028 through 2032 is based on the assumption that at least 365 would be in SEEF and not necessarily holding this in kind of in perpetuity, saying that it's at least this amount all the time.
Right.
Is that so?
Everybody's best assumption at this point is that there's a lot of money coming to the SEEF right now, and that's likely not to change in the next few years, and so that's why it's a time-limited bill.
Okay, and then so let's say this bill passes and it passes with this amount, and we do better in the years to come. Would the bill then be amended to maybe lower the cost? Maybe people aren't paying many payments because they're actually meeting their goals? I mean, just a question.
Well, just to take a step back for a second, there's the two sources of funding. There's the proceeds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative
Understood.
and ACP. The proceeds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which are projected several years out based on the auction rates, unless that entire program is appended, it would provide, I think, about between 250 and 280 million a year, a significant step towards this. So I think while I'm optimistic our program will improve, the likelihood of us not bringing in 100 to 150 million in ACPs is very unlikely. But I do think that if that happened, I think a program review would be warranted.
Thank you.
Actually, Josh, what you just said concerns me greatly because 70% of the RGGI proceeds go to things like the Electric Universal Service Program for low-income energy bills. So are you suggesting that we put this 300-something million above that assistance?
No.
Okay, so you're going to be out of money, to the delegate's point. So wouldn't it make more sense to do this via some kind of percentage break as opposed to a specific dollar amount?
We are open to the percentage amount, to switching it to percentage.
Okay. Delegate Morgan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to get my arms around something quickly. Is one of the intents of the bill to prohibit the governor or any governor from using CEF funds to replenish the general fund?
What it does is it says that at least a minimum of $365 million of CEF funds have to be used for their intended purposes. It doesn't, let's say there was hypothetically $500 million, it wouldn't preclude use of that delta.
What happens if we generate more electricity that's clean and the CEF money drops to, ACP's drops to 200 million?
That's why we're amenable to putting in percentages as opposed to hard numbers in terms of areas for which the CEF would be spent.
Okay, my next question then would be, there's a lot of money being devoted to, in a number of bills we're hearing, not just yours, sir, to infrastructure for EVs and things like that along the way. And we saw that when the governor took the $400 million out of CEF this year for the general fund, he said 100 million plus or minus goes to ratepayer relief and 300 million goes to other assorted green initiatives. In the paper this morning, Baltimore Sun, it said that electric buses just aren't working in Montgomery County, and we're getting out of the electric bus business and going into the diesel business. So I guess my question is, if we see Ford and General Motors and other automobilers getting out of the EV business, and Montgomery County decides this morning or yesterday that they don't want to invest in EV buses anymore, but are going to go to diesel, why do we keep doubling down on EV infrastructure when the industry and even some of our most progressive counties are getting out of it?
I would say, Delegate, we are, with respect to the programs that are enumerated in here, and again, we're fine with putting in percentages. This bill is now the committee's. If the committee in its wisdom would like to, say, reduce the amount that is specifically, that could be eligible for electric school buses, certainly happy to consider it.
Thank you. And then my last question, sir, is that there's $50 million in here allocated to the Maryland Clean Energy Center. I think, Ms. Magruder, you're tied into that. Would that money be better spent trying to create new generation instead of going into a clean energy center? I have no idea when it goes into a center where it just goes into and then how it disappears. But if it could be more directly attributed to generation, could that be a better use of the money?
It could be with the spend that you would invest in the Clean Energy Center spent on generation, sir. The Clean Energy Center would use the funds to invest in standing up solar with storage, helping homeowners deploy energy efficiency measures, more efficient HVAC systems, helping business owners reduce refrigeration costs. But those funds could be used to deploy clean energy generation as part of the investment.
Okay, then let me ask this question. Since we're all brand new to energy, except for Doug Fraser Hidalgo, what is the Clean Energy Center? Who manages it? Who runs it?
Yes, sir.
Is it a grant program or is it a another program?
The Clean Energy Center is a not-for-profit corporate instrumentality of the state created by the General Assembly in 2009. We are a green bank that act in that capacity for the state of Maryland. We use public money to attract private capital to achieve more with a smaller amount of public investment.
Okay. Thank you.
Delegate Morgan, remember Volume 2 of your Energy Primer has all the presentations, including the one MCEC gave us early on in session, so you can refresh yourself anytime.
Well, this is 2-7.
Awesome. I do not see any, oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Harrison. Come sit in the Vice Chair spot.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, and thank you to the committee. I wanted to go back to what will be administered under the MEA, and Delegate Morgan was talking about the buses. My question was actually about buses. So most of us in our jurisdictions have our local transportation, local bus services for our counties. Would this help to help with those, to change those bus services or bus types over to electric, getting away from whatever diesel we may be using? Is that what this, when it says heavy duty equipment, I think it was, or heavy duty, medium to heavy duty zero emission vehicle grants, is that to help with that?
Delegate, I think the part of the bill that would be more on point is it does specify on page 5, $20 million to assist county boards of education and the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners in acquiring and implementing electric school buses.
I'm not talking about school buses.
Talking about infrastructure?
I'm transit systems, transit buses. So in Prince George's County, we have the bus. I think in Montgomery County, this ride-on, those types of buses. Does this help with those?
Delegate, I'm not sure. I think that we'd have to look and see in what MEA has, how MEA has invested in those programs to date. My understanding is that those are mostly funded out of the Transportation Trust Fund, but I'm not positive about that. I believe your chairman probably knows way more than I do about that. But I will say that one of the things we want this bill, and this actually addresses Delegate Morgan's question as well. We want this funds to be flexible to meet the needs of the state as they arise. So if that is the program that is most needed for state funds that reaches the goals of emissions reductions, clean energy, and ratepayer relief, if that is the best use of it, then that would be the money that they would be able to use that money.
Well, then can you tell me then what might be medium and heavy duty emission, the vehicle grants, what would fall under that?
Is this for truck fleets? Is this for the advanced clean truck?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. One other question, and I guess I have to go, I was on the fiscal note, but with the induction stoves and who's administering that?
I'm sorry, Delegate, could you repeat the question? I missed it.
Let me just go back to the text.
About induction stoves?
Yeah. In the text, the administration will administer in the following amount, the $100 million for gas and resistant electric stoves and resistive electric and delivered fuel heat systems with heat pumps. Has that been prescribed as to how that's going to occur, or does that still need to be developed through MEA?
I think the way this is structured, it will allow MEA to look at the value of heat pumps and things like induction stoves that not only move people out of electric resistance heat, propane, and other fossil fuels as needed, to be able to implement those clean energy appliances within a home. And what we do know in that is with MEA's flexibility to make those decisions, we also know that it has proven to lower energy consumption, improve health, and there's a study ongoing now on improved housing value, and MEA would be able to respond to that market, but be able to say, we want to invest more in things like heat pumps, induction stoves, under their flexibility in this.
All right, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for including our local boards of education in this, because certainly we all have schools and bus fleets that need this. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up with one point. And there were, with respect to the induction electric stoves, heat pumps and window heat pumps, that is technology that is available and is already being deployed. But again, if in the wisdom of the committees, if the feeling was, well, as a percentage of the amount that is being earmarked for the C, $365 million, if the committees feel like, well, lower percentage should be allocated for that purpose, we'd certainly be happy to consider that.
Vice Chair Guyton.
Much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stein, for bringing this bill. I appreciate it. I just wanted to touch back on the conversation that I have heard you might agree with an amendment to change some of these allocations to percentages of the C fund available. As alternative compliance payments do hopefully go down in the future, even though we have the RGGI funds there, they do go to other purposes. As you can see this dwindling, isn't it still important to keep a certain amount of money that is allocated specifically to these causes, even if they are, if you're going to use a percentage of that money, so that that then can't go into the general fund? I mean, is that something that you would be willing to also work on in addition to the percentages, but making sure that this fund is there and not supplanting money elsewhere at the same time?
Yes.
Because if we say we're just going to use some percentages, then it'll be a percentage of whatever is left after everything else. Am I reading that accurately?
Well, it would be if there is a floor of money that has to be maintained for CEIF purposes, then the idea is that percentages would be of that amount. But if your question is, I mean, should we be sure to maintain some sort of floor?
Right.
That has to be used for CEIF-related purposes, yes.
Okay, so the percentages would be acceptable as long as we also had that floor?
Yes.
But not without it? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I do not see any further questions for the sponsors panel. We do have some other favorable in-person witnesses, Eric Waxman, Maryland Energy Innovation Institute, and Anmol Vandamali, Maryland Clean Energy Center.
He's not going to testify. We covered it.
Okay, just Dr. Waxman then.
Thank you, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1040. Since the Maryland Energy Innovation Institute was created in 2017 to advance Maryland's energy research and innovation enterprise, we've become a national leader in federally funded energy research. As an example, we are in the top 3 universities in the nation with MIT and Georgia Tech for Department of Energy RP awards. Over 52 awards for $165 million. To date, we've raised $325 million in Department of Energy awards, a 40x return on investment to the state for the CEIF funds. I challenge you to compare that with any other investment that's been made with CEIF. Working with the Maryland Clean Energy Center, we've helped launch 66 new energy companies, raising an additional $162 million in federal funding and $99 million in private investment, creating 291 new clean energy jobs in Maryland. These companies were founded based on University of Maryland system patents, which, based on analysis by the National Academy of Inventors, we are 8th in the nation among U.S. public institutions for patents, with the majority of these patents for energy, more than any of the lighthouse industries currently being supported by this state. These companies, unfortunately, under the Trump administration, this national leadership is being decimated with the canceling of $7.6 billion in awarded Department of Energy grants and no new funding opportunities in sight other than a realigned emphasis on coal and nuclear. The Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, where most of our funding came from, has literally been removed from the org chart. The impact of the Trump budget cuts has been recognized by Governor Moore through the BRFA, which directs $42 million in SEEF funding for higher education. However, it's unclear if that funding will be spent on energy-related research in line with the SEEF energy and climate mandate. HB 1040 provides the opportunity to make sure at least $10 million of the SEEF would be spent consistent with both the BRFA and the SEEF energy and climate mandate. Therefore, on behalf of the Maryland Innovation Institute, I respectively request that the committee give a favorable report.
Thank you. I have a question from Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. It's very good to see you. So my question to you, and I don't know how freely you feel to answer this question, but can you give an example or two of companies that have been spun out of the incubator you're talking about, kind of the number of jobs? Just like pick one or two out of your hat.
I could give you a number of them.
I know, but that's why I asked for one or two, because my chairman will kill me if you go through all
Thank
of
you.
them.
One would be in Bentwood, which spun out of the University of Maryland. It's in Frederick, Maryland. It has won the Department of Energy RPE has the largest award as a $20 million scale-up award. It won one of them. It won the was recognized as one of the top 10 new technologies, new companies under Hogan, and then received one of the $1 million more awards. It has now, I don't know how many employees it is, but it's a large manufacturing. It takes wood, which otherwise might be wasted, and converts it to a product which is as strong as steel. Therefore, we're taking all of the CO2 out of the atmosphere, putting it into wood, and then using that for manufactured products. Another one which I have to disclose is a company that I founded out of the University of Maryland. It's Ion Storage Systems. You visited the facility. It's in Beltsville. It has 70 employees, a 33,000 square foot manufacturing facility. It also was recognized by both Hogan and Moore for its contributions, and also won a $20 million scale-up award from the Department of Energy. I would add in that regard that the University of Maryland has more of those large awards for spin-off companies than any university in the nation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1040. We will turn to House Bill 1476, sponsored by our Speaker, Public Service Commission Net Energy Metering Successor Program. Madam Speaker, if you have a panel, please bring them up. And you all, I might be in trouble. She saw me allow people to ask the panel more than one question each, so sorry about that, Madam Speaker.
Okay, she's coming. So good afternoon, Chairman Corman. You can, I'm going to abide by whatever rules you have here. So never mind what I said about the one question, because Dwayne is going to answer those questions. So good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to present to you House Bill 1476. This bill requires the Public Service Commission to implement the net energy metering program in a way that effects a balance and promotes fairness, encouraging generation and fair compensation, while also recognizing the need to have a power grid that is paid for fairly by all users of the grid. I also want to thank the committee and the subcommittee chair, Delegate Facial Hidalgo, and everyone else for working on these bills. I know you put a lot of time and effort, and I do not take it for granted. There are many advantages to having more distributed generation on the grid, including reduced environmental impacts, lower electricity cost, enhanced grid reliability, and reduced need for more transmission level build-out. Understanding how valuable distributed generation is to the grid, this legislature directed the Public Service Commission to establish a net metering program and subsequent community solar programs. Net metering is a billing system for distributed renewable energy systems like solar panels. And trust me, I'm learning more about energy than I care for. Just kidding. Coming from health, this is a different field. That credits customers for excess electricity they send back to the utility grid, effectively using the grid as a battery. Under the current net metering program, there is an established statutory cap of 3,000 megawatts. As of June 30th, 2025, the PSC reported that the state is at 51.23% of the eligible cap, with upwards of 2,900 megawatts of pending additional projects that may take advantage of the program. This will push us farther past 3,000 megawatt cap that we have. So why isn't the issue as simple as raising the statutory cap? All costs incurred by utilities are passed on to ratepayers. Under the existing net metering system, eligible customers, generators are paid the full retail rate of the electricity for the energy they provide back to the grid. In most instances, this is more than what a utility will pay to a power plant providing energy on the wholesale market. As more distribution level generation is built under these programs, there will be a bigger impact to ratepayers. The issue is further exacerbated in rural areas of our state. We have a responsibility to protect our ratepayers and ensure that we take a balanced approach to incentivizing distributed generation, and that is what this bill does. This bill directs the PSC, sorry about that, but you have to do it, just kidding, to conduct a proceeding to develop and implement a net energy metering successor program, and raises the state cap from 3,000 to 6,000 upon implementation of said program. Distributed generation is a valuable resource that protects our ratepayers for more costly transmission level investments. Net metering should reward these benefits while making sure the benefit is equitable across all ratepayers. That is really important to all of us. I urge the committee to support this legislation to ensure that Maryland's continued commitment to distributed generation is done in a way that is affordable and sustainable to all consumers. I want to go through some of the amendments that we are accepting, but again, the bill belongs to the committee, so whatever you want to do. And one of the amendments expressly states that consumer generators with a tariff or contract under the existing net metering program at the time the successor program is implemented shall be grandfathered into the new program. Why, you may ask? Because consumer generators that are already producing electrons to the grid under existing agreement deserve to have those agreements honored, right? You enter into a contract, it should be honored. It also prioritized the review and approval of an application for the successor program if the applicant was in the queue for the previous program at the time the successor program is implemented. And we had a lot of meetings with everyone that you can think of, too many meetings. So these amendments are a result of that. So that last one, we're doing it because companies that were waiting to be approved under the previous program shouldn't have to go back of the line for the successor program. It wouldn't be fair. The amendments also extends the reporting requirement related to the existing net metering program to capture statistics from the successor program as well. Why we want to do that? Because we want to ensure that we're still adequately tracking the performance and growth of the program through the transition and beyond. It also creates intent language that the successor program provide fair compensation, but creates an incentive structure that is cheaper than the current incentive structure under NEM 101. Why? Because there are many competition interests that take advantage of the NEM incentives. Rooftop solar, DER, battery storage, community solar, and so on. It is important that these interests are all taken into consideration. This is meant to be a cost-saving bill for ratepayers, so whatever the new program looks like must be cheaper to ratepayers than the existing one. This basically fixes some things that are not working too well. And with that, I ask for a favorable vote on this bill.
Well, Mr. Chair, I had this lovely speech. The speaker gave it, so apparently I am relegated only to being eye candy. I will only.
You're good eye candy.
I will only underscore the fact that the Public Service Commission is looks forward to continuing our collaboration with the speaker and, of course, with this committee on this important topic. And do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, for the record, Melanie Santiago Mosier, Commission Advisor with the Public Service Commission, and I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, do we have any questions for our speaker or our former chair? You really stacked your panel there, Madam Speaker, bringing in Chair Barve. Okay, we will turn to other favorable with amendment witnesses. We have Thaddeus Culley from Sunrun, Camille Fresh on behalf of Solarscape, Bill Castelli on behalf of Solar Landscape, and Scott Elias, Clean Capital. Please just go ahead once you're seated.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. My name is Thad Pelly, Director of Public Policy for Sunrun. We're the nation's largest provider of residential solar and storage, and here to support this bill, favorable with the amendments provided by the Speaker that was in our written testimony. Here I would just add, I think that the Speaker has laid out a very thoughtful process for the Commission and have full faith in the ability of the Commission to succeed in this, to bring together for, our perspective for residential customers that have solar that are, using that to save on their electric bills. They may be adding batteries, and that is the hope and the goal. That would also help contribute to reducing grid peaks and producing additional benefits. So we think an evolution of net metering to something that's not just solving the issue of, or the question of what is the proper compensation for solar to the grid, but how do we encourage customers that are investing in their own solar and their own batteries and perhaps have an EV at their home? How are we leveraging them to be a part of this solution? So I think this creates an opportunity to bring together and break down silos. And I would flag that the Commission last night issued a notice, which gives me some encouragement that it's also thinking this way about programs like the DRIVE Act and other demand response opportunities, that they want to break down the silos and kind of integrate how DERs, time of use rates that customers could be on that could also help reduce peaks, could all be integrated. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Elias. I am the Director of Policy and Market Development at Clean Capital. We are an independent power producer that develops, owns, and operates non-residential distributed solar and energy storage, including community solar. So not the stuff that the residents are putting on their home, but the community solar, the C&I solar. And we appreciate the Speaker's focus on energy affordability, and we support a thoughtful evolution of Maryland's net metering framework. And I would say it really should be grounded in 3 core principles: benefiting ratepayers, supporting continued growth of the solar industry, and ensuring that investments retain their value. I think at a time of extraordinary utility bill increases, distributed solar serves local load, it reduces peak demand, and it improves resilience, and it should remain part of the affordability solution. I think the question is, what does that transition look like? And I love what the Speaker said about some of the amendments that may be introduced, because I think from the financial community, there are some concerns with the specifics of how the bill is written, particularly when you look at some of the provisions that are not in it relative to the Sunrise Act, which I know you are going to hear sort of later. And I think the way I would explain it is Clean Capital is not only a developer, we are a long-term owner and an institutional capital provider. And so we're investing in projects that are already operating, nearing completion, or in advanced stages of development with interconnection underway, permits filed, and substantial capital already deployed. And what we need to make sure is that we have certainty around what that transition looks like so that we can continue to deploy capital. The worst thing that could happen would be we create a successor and it's not clear who remains in the existing program and who transitions over to the next program. And so I think we look forward to seeing what sort of amendments there would be, but I think what we need is more specificity around the successor transition so that we have clarity that operating assets are not going to be retroactively changed, and so that we have clarity around what are the advanced development projects that are going to remain within retail net metering and those that are going to move forward. So I appreciate the comments from the Speaker, and we look forward to working with you all, and we support favorable with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. A question from Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, both. What would you say, I mean, I'm sure you're all over the country. Maryland isn't the first one to modernize. What are you seeing in other states as far as net metering modernization, caps, that kind of thing is concerned?
Great. Thank you for the question, Delegate. So in my background, I was also a regulatory attorney, and in that time had a chance to work on net metering across 15 different jurisdictions. So I've seen a lot of the flavors that can come out. And I think what we see in states like California, they took an abrupt turn away from net metering, and it was, I think, caused a very significant decrease in the market. It wasn't a lot of time or a lot of guide path to get there. So that I would cite as an example of maybe not the best example of how to get a sustainable market and keep it going. Looking to states like Illinois, where there was collaboration with stakeholders, including the utilities, to come up with a program that would allow reduced compensation for exports to the grid, but also would provide some upfront payments for folks to adopt solar and storage. And then now they're evolving that into virtual power plants. And one thing I'll just say, I think, about the process that the Speaker's bill lays out, which could be really helpful, is where I've seen success around the country. It's really when stakeholders have a chance and the opportunity to collaborate. I've been a part of net metering settlements in several places, not California, but Utah, New Hampshire, the Carolinas. And I think fostering those types of conversations to happen at the commission level, I think it makes the job for the commission easier. It also helps get to a public policy outcome that's good for the state.
And I'll just add on, I think an example of what's not going well is Maine and Rhode Island, where they are looking at retroactively rewriting the rules of compensation for both operating assets and new assets, which is obviously not good for the investment climate. It is bringing investment to a halt. I will say another example of where things are going well, and New York did it quite a while ago, but they transitioned from sort of retail net metering as a proxy of the value to the value of distributed energy resources, or VEDR. And so much of what the commission process that's laid out in the Speaker's bill could reflect that, where you look at what is the true value of DG, what are the avoided costs, what are the locational value, what are the various things within the value stack, and then have clear sort of transition guidelines so that new projects on a going forward basis fit within those rules, while the projects that were already advanced or are operating remain under the existing rules.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you. We have additional in-person favorable testimony. Katie Rever, Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition, Bill Castelli, Solar Landscape, David Simmons, Solar Landscape, Mark Schottinger, Solar Landscape, Justin Biltz, Altus Power. Please just start once you're seated.
Good morning, Chair Corman, members of the committee. Good morning, Chair Corman, members of the committee. My name is Katie Rever. I am with a company called IGS Energy, and I am here representing the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. We are a coalition of about a dozen solar companies here in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, focused on deploying residential rooftop solar here. And we are urging a favorable with a few amendments. There were 2 amendments that the Speaker already addressed, both the need for transition and a view towards the future of what solar and solar plus storage can look like for Maryland. I'll highlight a couple other of the key things that we'd like to see strengthened in the bill. One is talking about net metering transition. And a speaker on the previous panel, Scott Elias, talked about the importance of a smooth transition. And I would just highlight that both community solar and the rooftop solar industry need a smooth transition, but what that means is different for each segment. The community solar segment has 2+ year development cycle. The residential can happen in 3 months. From a sale to permission to operate can be as short as 3 months. So the needs of what it looks like to be a smooth transition are important for both types of projects, but they're different. Another thing, again, talking about differentiation, one thing we'd like to see is some discussion about the fact that the commission can differentiate the successor program based on the different types, both front of the meter and behind the meter. And then the last one would just be a statement about robust inclusion of diverse stakeholders, similar to how Thad talked about the importance of a robust process. Thank you.
Chairman, committee members, I'm Justin Biltz. I'm the head of policy and government affairs for Altus Power. Altus Power is a long-term owner and operator of commercial-scale solar energy facilities in Maryland and in 29 other states across the country. Here in the state, we do have 16 operational assets totaling about 30 megawatts of power, and we have about 8 projects in active construction as we speak. Our level of investment in the state speaks to our commitment to the energy future here. Similar to what you've heard from the prior panel, particularly from Clean Capital, who is another long-term owner-operator, we are very concerned about our existing operational assets in the state as well as our mature development assets, and very interested in the speaker's amendment that contemplates the grandfathering of those types of assets and what that would look like. I would just suggest that we invested here for the benefit of the residents and for the communities that we invest in based on the regulatory stability in the state. That's certainly something, the regulatory stability we'd like to see continue. And so, I would just echo the comments from that and would see back any remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of Solar Landscape, and with me today are Mark Schottinger and David Simmons. They will address the specifics of the bill. I think our comments are going to be very similar. We appreciate the speaker's interest in finding a sustainable path forward for solar and returning value back to the ratepayers. But I'll have Mark and David talk a little bit about the bill and some of their concerns.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and all the committee members. I'm Mark Schottinger. I'm one of the owners of Solar Landscape. We're the largest commercial and industrial solar developer in the country and here in Maryland. We have 85 projects here in Maryland. We exclusively do projects on commercial and industrial rooftops, so no ground mount projects, just putting these projects on big rooftops. And we would like to be developing hundreds of more megawatts in the coming years here in Maryland. I, too, am really just going to echo the things that have already been said. In order to do these projects, there's often 12 to 24-month development timeline. And in order to develop these projects, we need financial certainty. Otherwise, you can't finance the projects. If you can't finance the projects, you can't lease the roof to do the project, and you can't get the financing to build the project. So we appreciate the bill sponsors' openness to discuss amendments with that in mind. And the last thing I'll say is that, Maryland has been really a example of a secure market in other markets throughout the country. So when we go to finance projects in other markets and some financing party points to, as someone else mentioned, a place like Maine where there's been some retroactive changing of laws, the financing parties will say, well, how do we know that that's not going to happen in this market? And Maryland has always stood out as an example of a secure market where we have a clear picture of what's to come, and there's no risk of a sort of retroactivity that might impact projects that are already under development. So we appreciate that, and it's good for Maryland, and it's good for the rest of the solar industry throughout the country, and that's what we aim to discuss with the sponsor with amendments, is just making sure that this remains a financeable market where we can continue putting projects on these big industrial rooftops that are really uniquely valuable because we can do those projects so fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. It's good to see everyone again. I'll also be brief here because I think, as you're beginning to suspect, we all had the same concerns, and those concerns are hopefully going to be addressed. But just to reiterate the point about potentially retroactive changes, when we go to financing parties and asked to finance a portfolio, they're committing capital under the understanding of a certain set of rules that's going to apply to the project based on the law at the time. And then if those rules change down the road, that creates really material risk for them. As Mark mentioned, every single time we go we've never done a lick of business in Maine, for example, but every single time we go to get financing, whether in Maryland or elsewhere, we always get asked about Maine. Why is this different from Maine? How will, what happened in Maine not happen here? And we've always been able to tell a really compelling story about why Maryland is and has been and will continue to be different. And we really just want to make sure that we can continue to, to tell that story going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, we have additional in-person favorable testimony from David Murray, Turning Point Energy, Robin Dutta from Chesa, and Charlie Coggeshall, Coalition for Community Solar Access. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. David Murray with Turning Point Energy. We're a community solar and storage developer who's been active in Maryland since the very beginning of the community solar program in 2015. And I really applaud the speaker for introducing this topic and setting a target of 6 gigawatts of distributed energy. And the reason why that's important is because distributed generation is Maryland's most effective tool to combat these increasingly unacceptable electricity prices here in the state. It's because we lack in-state energy resources. Now, what is the fastest form of energy to deploy? It is distributed solar and it's distributed storage. So the faster that we can deploy in-state clean energy resources, the best chance we have to curb these unacceptable bill increases. And so I really applaud the speaker for not only laying out principles for what that new regime should look like and how to incorporate energy storage in her bill, but also being receptive to ensure that we do not stymie or hinder the existing progress that Maryland is making towards achieving its clean energy goals. So as I mentioned, while we are the fastest energy to develop, it still takes about 3 to 5 years to develop the kinds of projects that we do. From that kitchen table conversation we have with the prospective landowner to that ribbon cutting where we can finally provide energy to neighbors, that is a very long process and requires very significant investment. And so we respectfully submit amendments that ensure that projects by which we have invested significant resources into would be preserved under that net metering tariff. For example, and I'll make a federal analogy, but when the House Republicans recently removed the solar tax credit, they ensured that projects that had commenced construction by July of this year would be able to maintain that tax credit for several years afterwards to ensure that projects that began developing with a certain policy regime could continue knowing such. Thank you so much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Charlie Coggeshall. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Regional Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access, or CCSA. CCSA is a national trade association representing the bulk of the community solar actors here in Maryland, but as well as other markets across the country. I feel like there's probably a little bit of a broken record now, just sort of applauding the speaker for the bill that she's introduced, which is in line with legislation that we worked on amongst the trades here over the past several months. We weren't aware that the speaker was going to have her own bill, so we came prepared as well, but we are appreciative of her taking the initiative there. There's a couple areas that we see sort of gaps, particularly on the grandfathering side, and it sounds like the speaker is already kind of on top of that. So we look forward to continuing engagement with her on that front and seeing what they have in mind, see how that works with the industry. But yeah, so the only other area I think of sort of legislation that we've been working on, and this is for HB 1195, it's the Sunrise Act with Delegate Stein, and that'll be up in this hearing later today, is a response to a gap on LMI participation in the community solar program. There's been challenges to reach some of the lowest income customers, and it's held up part of the program kind of deployment. And so we have a couple solutions that we've proposed in the Sunrise Act. So that would be one element of kind of net metering reform I think that we would like to see included as well. But in general, I'm very appreciative of the process that the speaker has provided here to engage with her and to find a solution that works for the market as well as for all ratepayers and for Maryland. Thank you.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. My name is Robin Dutta, the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. In order to not retread what many have said, just to say, in much agreement, and also just very encouraged by the amendments that the speaker, addressed in her remarks. I think, would love to see that language, and I think that could address a number of our core concerns. And even before that, we were very optimistic that we could reach compromise with the speaker. The conversations have already been very constructive. When we're talking about balance, I think, and making sure that a smooth transition occurs, I just want to highlight what's part of the written testimony. It's the top chart, which talks about the net ratepayer savings. This is a chart that looks at the amount of solar that's in the ground today, that's in the net metering program, and it shows without this solar, there are tens of millions of dollars in capacity costs that the utilities would have otherwise had to procure, because this is local generation. When you're generating locally on the distribution grid, that's a kilowatt hour that the utilities don't have to procure from far away, especially in the concentrated high cost peak demand times. And solar, especially solar paired with storage, is able to offset, if not some, or fully, those peak period times. And just like Econ 101, if you can bring that demand down from the transmission grid, that helps to bring down prices, and that savings then gets socialized across all ratepayers. That's the goal. We're very, very appreciative of the Speaker's leadership and the role that she envisions distributed generation can have as part of helping to lower costs for Marylanders. Appreciate any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1476. We'll turn to House Bill 1532, our Speaker, continuing the Next Generation Energy Act. And of course, Madam Speaker, your panel is welcome to join as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my panel can come up, please. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to present to you House Bill 1532. I want to start again by thanking your subcommittee, and I want to thank also everyone that testified in the last bill, and also those that are going to be testifying on this bill for the countless meetings that we had, but for being able to come to a meeting of the mind to do what's right for the people in Maryland. And Dwayne, thank you so much. Oh, where's Dwayne? Right over there. And thanks for meeting with me. We had a 2-hour meeting, the PSC and I learned a lot, so I really appreciate it. Pizza included, that's right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. So we can all agree that having adequate energy supplies, reliable energy, and affordable energy is important for Maryland families, businesses, and our economy. As well, the way we produce energy has an impact on the environment. We want to be as responsible as we can in the way we power our state. It is finding that delicate balance. We have an obligation to run the programs that we have in place in a sensible manner. We have an obligation to periodically review these programs and make adjustments as needed, and this is exactly what this bill does. The Next Generation Energy Act that we passed last year, and thank you to everyone involved in that, created stronger protections for ratepayers. It established programs to purchase nuclear energy and battery storage. It sped up the permitting process, which is so important, and made changes to certain energy efficiency programs. This bill follows in the spirit of the Next Gen Act by further strengthening protections around multi-year rate plans and the large load tariff, ensuring that the Empower program provides benefit to ratepayers in a cost-effective manner, and making changes to the nuclear procurement and the expedited CPCN solicitation to best position these programs for future success. So I'm going to break it down because it made it easier for me to understand as I read it. So I'm going to start with the multi-year rate plans and the large load tariff. It clarifies that the Public Service Commission may engage in one-way reconciliation in a way that benefits ratepayers. It prohibits the use of cost-sharing mechanism in the multi-year rate plans if such mechanisms will result in additional customer charges. It changes the maximum monthly energy demand that is required for the large load customers to qualify for the large load tariff from 100 megawatts to 25 megawatts. And you're going to learn that it actually, Virginia is doing that, and some of the surrounding jurisdictions are doing that as well. Now let's take the Empower program changes. It freezes the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal at a 2.25% for 2 years, and it reduces the next program cycle from 3 years to 2 years to align with this freeze. It requires any sub-programs in the residential side of the program to be cost-effective, and it requires the Public Service Commission, to submit a request for information and subsequent request for proposal related to a single implementer for the program. And you're going to learn that that is important because the utilities have different programs. It needs to be one, and there are many charges. It needs to be one to make it transparent and efficient. Now let's deal with the changes to the nuclear procurement and expedited CPCN changes. It changes the definition of zero emission credits under the nuclear procurement program. And if you have any question, you can ask Dwayne. Why? It changes how the commission must calculate the net average rate impacts for nuclear projects. It allows the commission to adjust the total cost of a nuclear project under a long-term pricing obligation up to 15% above the original cost. It changes the definition of large capacity resources under the expedited CPCN solicitation. So what does it do also? As someone that has, for the last almost 20 years, a 98% scorecard from the Enviros, this is really, I thought about this, and it was really important to include this in the bill. It directs the power plant research program to identify up to 50 priority energy sites suitable for new or expanded generating stations or energy storage devices for the purpose of streamlining the permitting process for these sites. Together, these provisions put ratepayers first by strengthening protections against unnecessary rate increases, ensuring that large corporate energy users bear the costs they create, and improving the efficiency and accountability of state energy programs by accelerating reliable in-state energy generation and reducing program and administrative costs. This bill helps stabilize the grid. It prevents future price spikes and deliver real, sustained relief on energy bills for Maryland households, for businesses, and for the economy. I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1532. Before I turn it over to the next panel, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I want to discuss some of the amendments which we're open to, but again, they're yours. It's your bill now. The amendments, one of them prohibits the use of forecasted test years in alternative rate mechanisms. Why, you may ask? There is concern from OPC and environmental and consumer advocacy groups that the use of forecasted test years in rate-making proceedings allow utilities to have ratepayers pay for the projects that the utility has yet to begin working on, and it's not right. More specifically, the concern is by conducting rate making in this way, rate rise faster than under traditional rate making and shifts the risk of utility overspending away from investor and onto the customers, and we want to correct that. It also clarifies that the requirement that all residential site subgroups programs under Empower be cost effective, that it does not apply to Empower programs run through the DHCD. Why is that? DHCD Empower programs benefit low to moderate consumers, and we don't want to hurt our most vulnerable ratepayers. And lastly, I'd like to please ask you to look at page 12 of the fiscal note for this bill. Under additional comments, it states the following: electric utility rates decrease or future rate increases may be minimized as a result of several provisions in the bill. First, by reducing the GHG emissions reduction targets for electric company plants in 2027 and 2028, the bill decreases the Empower surcharge on customer bills related to what the surcharge would have been absent the bill. Second, by lowering the threshold at which large load customers qualify for a large load rate schedule, the bill requires additional data centers to take service under that schedule, thereby reducing the likelihood that their power needs result in an increase in electricity rates for retail customers. Finally, The bill's modification to specify reconciliation procedures and cost-sharing mechanisms for multi-rate plans are anticipated to result in lower electricity prices for retail customers. I ask a favorable vote on this bill, and I hope that it is unanimous on the floor. Thank you. Next.
Again, I'm having difficulty adjusting to the notion of a speaker who presents her own bills. But let me just say that this is we want to thank the speaker, the chair of the committee, and the chair of the energy subcommittee for their sponsorship of this very thoughtful bill. Our position is favorable with amendments, and I'm now going to turn this over to our chief advisor, Ben Baker.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ben Baker, Senior Commission Advisor. Once again, we are fully on board with this bill with some amendments that are discussed in our testimony. It does several things to help either control cost or bring costs down and rejigger some of our programs to make sure that they are serving Maryland and meeting the goals that you have set for us as a commission and as a state. So we look forward to working with you and the speaker on this very important bill. Thank you.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, thank you so much. But I'm so honored to be here with so many esteemed speakers, but especially here with this speaker to submit testimony in support of House Bill 1532 with amendments. I really just need to say I really have appreciated your openness to have conversation and to share thoughts about the many energy bills, and for saying that you're coming from health and just starting. I commend you for hitting the ground running, so thank you. I wanted to say that this bill represents a comprehensive effort to lower energy costs by modernizing Maryland's energy framework in response to increasing load growth, evolving market structures, and the state's long-term climate and reliability commitments. We respectfully are in support of this bill with amendments. This bill addresses both immediate fixes for affordability and longer-term structural adjustments through large load rate design, multi-year rate plan guardrails, and power program cycles, a nuclear procurement structure, and long-term planning for energy siting and permitting. I'd like to just address two areas quickly. We very much support the elements of the bill regarding the permitting study to be performed by the Power Plant Research Program. I will note that Maryland Energy Administration is undertaking complementary work through the Energy Subcabinet and the Economic Competitiveness Subcabinet on smart siting approach. MEA it underscores the importance that we as members of the subcabinets coordinate our efforts to make sure that we're avoiding duplication, promoting interagency coordination, and environmental review and long-term planning. PPRP is actually involved in the smart siting approach through the Energy Subcabinet. Now on Empower, we fully support pausing an increase in the Empower goal, which will help to reduce surcharges to ratepayers. To further reduce the surcharge, I also suggest considering the use of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to pay down the unamortized debt associated with Empower. I will leave the rest of my comments to the written testimony that we've already submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Corman and honorable members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, and thank you to Speaker Pena-Melnick for introducing HB 1532. I am Baltimore City Council President Zeke Cohen, and I'm here to share with this committee why the Speaker's bill and amendments are so important to Baltimoreans. Baltimoreans are at a breaking point as they struggle to pay their BGE bills. My colleagues and I hear the stories every day. We've heard from a senior who faced a $1,000 bill in one of the coldest months and told us she was trying to choose between paying for medical oxygen or gas. We've heard from a social work student who was considering leaving Baltimore because she could not afford her bill, which was approximately $600, even after she kept her thermostat at 59 degrees. We've heard from a family in West Baltimore who only heated one floor of their house, but were still somehow paying between $1,200 and $1,700 per month. That is more than two people's mortgages. And these same Baltimore residents have already experienced 2 distribution rate increases this year in the midst of one of the coldest winters in recent memory. Both of these increases resulted from multi-year rate plans that have been key in propelling BGE's net income to more than $1 billion over just the past 2 years. Plans that BGE's parent company, Exelon, have cited in their annual report as being among the key drivers of profits that have enabled the company to pay higher earnings to their shareholders. And BGE has indicated that if its request to extend its current rate past the end of the calendar year is not approved, it plans to file another multi-year rate plan. Last year, the Baltimore City Council helped more than 7,000 BGE ratepayers submit postcards to the PSC, asking them to stand up for the public interest by ending multi-year rate plans. Now we need the General Assembly to step in. Thank you to the Speaker for heeding our call. It is on behalf of Baltimore residents that I'm proud to support this bill and the Speaker's amendment to end the use of forecasted test years, which is the mechanism that enables multi-year rate plans. The Speaker's amendment fundamentally changes the incentive structure and substantially shifts risks of overspending from the ratepayer to the utility. I urge the committee to pass the Speaker's legislation and amendments, and in turn, I urge the House of Delegates and the Senate to pass the amended bill. Let's change the math so that it ends up in our residents' and ratepayers' favor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to acknowledge we're joined by our Speaker Pro Tem, who's really the father of the state's community solar program. And Madam Speaker, I want to echo your appreciation of Dwayne, who on many days I talk to more than I do my own wife, so we appreciate all his hard work on this issue. Any questions? Okay, we have additional favorable amendment testimony. We have.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Delegate Allen, a very brave Delegate Allen has a question.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker, good to see you. Director Speaks-Bachman, I know we spoke just last week about solutions and all the solutions that we need now. So if you could briefly just kind of tell us what short-term savings we could see as a result of some of the provisions of this bill.
Thank you for the question. Well, specifically with respect to the freeze on the goal, that will allow for, I wouldn't say like in June that the bills will go down, but certainly within months the bills will, the impact of Empower will begin to be seen.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. We'll turn to our other
Thank
favorable
you.
amendment testimony. We have David Lapp from the Office of People's Counsel, Josh Tolkien, Sierra Club, Brittany Baker, CCAN, Justin Barry, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel, here in support of HB 1532 with amendments described in our written testimony. Our office strongly supports the proposed changes to strengthen last year's Next Gen Act, and we thank the Speaker, Chair Corman, Subcommittee Chair Fraser Hidalgo for showing leadership in addressing energy affordability this session. First, lowering the threshold for triggering the new data center tariff to 25 megawatts is critical. Failing to lower that threshold will leave Maryland residential customers vulnerable to paying significant costs imposed by data centers. Second, we appreciate the effort to tighten the language governing multi-year rate plans. MRPs, though, are just one of the so-called forms of alternative rate making that are driving up rates and customer bills. So we strongly support the amendment to cover forecasted test years. Third, we have concerns about the prospects of ratepayers bearing the risks of new nuclear power. The only recent new nuclear plant built in Georgia cost $22 billion more than its initial cost of $14 billion. Small modular reactors have not fared any better. Residential customers should not bear the high risks of new nuclear development. If amendments are made, we suggest indexing on cost overruns as described in the report filed by the Public Service Commission. Finally, we strongly support transitioning the Empower program to a third-party administrator. Energy efficiency and related measures that reduce peak demands on the system run counter to the utility's profit interest in spending on large capital projects. Our written comments also share some of our concerns about the proposed changes to cost effectiveness requirements and suggest other options to lower Empower costs. We welcome the opportunity to work with the sponsors on amendments, and with the changes highlighted in our written testimony, we asked for a favorable report. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. I'm Brittany Baker, Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network. And I'm here today favorable with amendments on HB 1532, highly favorable with one amendment. You know, I can mostly just reiterate what everyone else has just said. The Speaker's bill has really been a collaborative effort, and she brought us in from the very beginning to ensure that we would feel comfortable with what is being proposed. For the record, we are okay with the greenhouse gas emissions reduction pause. The only thing that we have an amendment on is similar to David Lapp, the cost effectiveness of sub-programs on Empower. But we have been assured that we'll continue to talk through this issue. And so, again, we're favorable on the bill, and we're glad to be a collaborative partner in this effort. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, members of the committee. My name is Justin Berry. I'm here with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, a nonprofit based in Baltimore City that addresses the social determinants of health through housing. Our work includes implementing state energy efficiency programs through direct service and advocacy, including participating in the Empower work groups. I'm here, like the others, indicating our support with amendments for HB 1532. We appreciate the multiple steps to improve energy affordability. However, like others, have concerns about the language on cost effectiveness for the residential sub-programs in Empower that may make it both less effective and potentially even more expensive. Moving from the existing portfolio-level cost-effectiveness considerations in Empower today to requiring individual sub-program-level cost-effectiveness may be harmful for a few reasons. One, the cost-effectiveness can change as state energy needs change. Eliminating sub-programs that may be helpful in coming years hurts the overall program versatility over time. Two, offering programs that are widely accessible to residents across territories helps enable the overall program success, which is cost-effective. This creates a clarity, visibility, and support among the public for maintaining the program. Without some of these programs that may be tighter on the cost effectiveness, may weaken the overall support for the effective program. And finally, the better sub-program cost effectiveness by the state test does not necessarily mean a less expensive Empower program. The cost effectiveness test measures the net present value of the cumulative costs and benefits of the programs, discounting the future savings. It's an important consideration. We fully support it as a tool and as a requirement at the portfolio level. However, the cost for the Empower program is based on what it takes to achieve the life cycle greenhouse gas savings goal, which highly values future savings from longer-lived measures. We worry that there may be measures that perform relatively worse than the cost effectiveness test that may actually help lower program costs compared to other options. And when it's collectively meeting the cost effectiveness test at the portfolio level, we have a strong beneficial program. Appreciate the chance to comment, support the bill with amendments. Thank you for the attention.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker. Maybe the mic wasn't on there for that. Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, supportive with amendments for the legislation. I want to highlight a couple of the provisions that we are very, very excited about and share our one recommendation. The proposal for rate class for large loads. Maryland is being hit with unprecedented proposals for significant increase in load at a pace that we have not seen before. Those will bring cost to consumers, and ensuring that we have a rate class for large loads is important, and 25 megawatts is a large load. So moving that from 100 to 25 megawatts is a strong move and will protect ratepayers for many years. Strengthen the requirements for multi-year rate plans, as well as the proposed amendments that were discussed today, will ensure that we're protecting ratepayers and ensuring that utilities are bearing the costs of cost overruns. Additionally, we want to talk about the movement towards a third-party administrator for the Empower program. Currently, Empower is administered by each utility separately on each individual web page with different types of offerings. We're seeing a high and increasing administrative costs, especially comparable to other states. Moving to a single provider can reduce the costs across the program. We share the concerns of our colleagues about the cost effectiveness. I just want to illustrate briefly what this might mean. This might mean that someone could have a rebate for a HVAC system in Pepco, but that wouldn't be offered for somebody in BG&E. That could mean that the offering could happen 1 year and then be removed a second year. They're all listed on the same page as part of a suite of offerings that convey to the public what Empower offers. And it's that suite of offerings that attract people to participate. So the reason that the portfolio level was the right view is it looks at it system-wide, and we don't believe it's as applicable on an item-by-item basis. Thank you.
Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for anybody. I don't know, David, if you want to specifically address this or anybody. Is on the multi-year rate plans, is there any other programs or anything else that you can think of that could go in there that could help reduce rates or would have a positive impact on reducing rates, either in the short term or the long term?
Well, just to be clear, these changes are not about reducing existing rates. That's really hard to do for various legal reasons. This is about preventing the ongoing continued skyrocketing rates, the rate increases, which we think that that is the most important thing that the legislature can do this session, is to address the escalating distribution rates. That's what the state has the most control over, and these other savings can be relatively small compared to the rate increases that will occur if action isn't taken to stop the ongoing rate increases. So the language in the current bill without the amendment to address forecasted test years, that's the forecasted test years is more of a broader term, all-encompassing to address the various scenarios under which utilities receive accelerated cost recovery for projected costs going forward. That's what's been driving the rate increases, similar to the STRIDE program that allows accelerated cost recovery. MRPs MRPs are like STRIDE on steroids. They cover all the costs and not just gas infrastructure replacement costs. But as we see, they can call MRPs and forecasted projected rates by different names. So before last year's Next Gen Act, the utilities before the Public Service Commission acknowledged that earned sharing mechanisms are, in essence, a reconciliation. After the Next Gen Act, they proposed earned sharing mechanisms and said they weren't a reconciliation. Pepco's current rate case is not an MRP, but it's a forecasted test year, which has the same impact as an MRP. It allows that accelerated recovery. That's why it's important to have broader language than what's in the current bill. The current bill would be an improvement, but what we see are ambiguities in the law, and the utility is able to come in, with a different name for the same concept of, these projected rates that really are driving up rate increases and energy bills for customers. Hopefully I answered that.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. Can you explain a little bit more? This is kind of a little bit of the third time I've heard about the Empower program as one consolidated program, which I think is a great idea. I think to the point Josh made about consolidating resources, that they're locatable. Are there any thoughts about who that third party would be?
I'll jump in and others can add. But right now, the utilities actually, they hire outside entities to run these programs. ICF is a large consulting firm out of DC or out of everywhere, and I think they run several of the utilities. I don't think all of them, but most of them. And so, but they run different programs for each of the utilities. And so, for example, HVAC contractors, they have to understand different rules. They may operate in multiple, they do, operate in multiple utility service territories, but they have to understand the different requirements for the different utilities, even though it might be the same consultant, ICF, running the program. So what we think happens is there are a lot of extra administrative and marketing costs. We also would like to see an entity, a single third-party administrator to get rid of some of those inefficiencies, but also to identify an entity that we think might be better suited to really advance the interest of customers in energy efficiency and reducing those peak demands, because utilities do.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Lapp. I guess that. Thanks for all of that. I was asking, is there any thought of who that entity would be, and not having to put an entity on the spot? But if
it could be ICF. There are other entities. Maine has a separate entity, sort of, it runs sort of out of their energy administration. And it wouldn't have to be MEA, but it could be a separate entity, DC also has a separate. DC's program is run by VEIC, which is a consulting firm that does it. I think they do it in multiple states. So there are entities that actually take on these. They essentially have contracts.
So it could be MEA. It could be, maybe. Probably not per your choice, but it could be.
Yeah, probably not, but it could be, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Josh Tolkien. So did I understand correctly when you were talking about the consolidation of the Empower funds and the thresholds and so forth? So is it fair to say that you're concerned that perhaps this could make Empower funds for heat pumps, it could make heat pumps less affordable? Is that what you were saying?
We are concerned that the appliance rebates and appliance recycling across the board is at risk with this proposal.
Okay, and is it your understanding that this applies to because the speaker did make a point of carving out DHCD Empower funds because of low and moderate income, the effect on low and moderate income customers. And in looking at this and listening to your testimony, my question is, would that be the case with the low income part of this program, or is that being segregated out and being kept, for lack of a better term, the way it is now?
It is my understanding that this would not apply to any of the funding going to DHCD or the low income class.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, I just have to say I'm having a little trouble figuring out how I can tell my constituents we should keep paying for things that are not cost effective. When we do an audit of a state agency and we find that something is not working well, we don't say, well, the overall agency is really good. We really like the work they're doing, so we're not going to worry about it. We say, oh, we need to fix that thing. So can you help me understand why it makes sense to take out of Empower, which is on the ratepayer's bill, and spend money on things that we know are not cost effective?
Thank you for the question, Chair Corman, and anyone else feel free to chime in as well. But this is the way I view it. So it's definitely important to be able to tell your constituents that these programs are cost effective, but also we want to tell them that the programs serve them. I know for me, number one, I'm not even supposed to get Empower services in my territory because I'm a renter. But when I did get it, because, I want to know how it applies to people, when they did the QHEC, the only thing they offered me was the HVAC rebate. And so I was able to consult with my landlord and get a new HVAC system through the HVAC rebate program. And so we acknowledge the concerns that every program should be cost effective. And we also offered some amendments, such as if a specific territory has a specific sub-program that's not cost effective, make them resubmit that program to the PSC and find a way to make it cost effective, potentially by reducing the number of rebates in that territory or offering that program in a different way. But we think that having a piecemeal approach where you don't know which services are available in your territory and you don't know whether those services will continue in that territory makes the program less attractive for all ratepayers who are paying across the state.
Mr. Chair, may I would respond in a few ways. The first is I would remind your constituents, because I know them to be very tuned in, that when the General Assembly updated the Empower program, they brought in the goals to not simply be electricity reduction, but also to be advancing the state's energy and climate goals. The decision to average cost effectiveness or cost benefit across the class was a compromise that allowed us to focus broadly on reducing greenhouse gases and ensuring the program overall was cost effective while creating space for Empower to have a range of programs. I do want to note that there's 4 different cost effectiveness tests within the Empower metric, and the one we're discussing is only one of them. There is a participant test, which is actually the cost effectiveness for the individual. And on that front, the rebates are in fact some of the highest and most cost effective. For the appliance recycling, it's a cost effectiveness ratio of 2.73, and for new appliances, it's a cost effectiveness of 1.34. That would be for PEPCO's 2024 to 2026 proposal. So for the individual, broadly, it is cost effective. The societal cost effectiveness test is not straight dollars. We're talking about multi-year assessment, combination of an assessment of greenhouse gas reductions. It's a pretty complex formula, and I don't want to discredit it, but I would say that because it fluctuates with a variety of factors, it's generally viewed as an important indicator to guide the conversation, but not a determinant. The other thing that I would say is it's very important that the regulatory oversight continue to push the utilities to make these programs cost effective. And like our colleagues, we would very much welcome language that was more affirmative in the General Assembly's expectation that the utilities take steps under PSC regulation to find a way to make these programs cost effective.
I'll respond. I generally agree with what's been said. Cost effectiveness is very important to our office, and certainly we are concerned about programs, any program that doesn't pass the cost effectiveness test. But it's also, this is not an exact science. We think the commission should have a little bit of discretion, and I think it'd be appropriate to rein some of that in. But in a recent order, they said basically we're going to apply the cost effectiveness test at a program level, but left a little room for like market transformation, for example. I mean, we think that Empower should not be the source of funding for energy efficiency in the state. We should not be depending on Empower programs. It'd be vastly preferable to do the Empower work by not charging ratepayers for it, by finding other financing that is not regressive, like utility rates. But there may be a role for Empower, especially in market transformation. So if there is something that's close on the cost effectiveness test, but it does serve that purpose, and given the other comments here that it's not an exact science. There are multiple tests. They're done in advance of the programs, and the outcome at the end may look very different than the measurements that were used before the programs. And then we see very different outcomes for the different utilities. And so we, as Mr. Tolkien said, we would appreciate more regulatory oversight of the costs, because we think sometimes those costs are just too high, and that may drive some of the cost effectiveness test results.
Okay, some of the programs, though, fail all the tests, isn't that so?
For some of the utilities, some of them do fail all the tests.
Okay. And the portfolio approach actually predates the switch to greenhouse gas emissions, right? Because I think the PSC commissioner who worked on that is sitting back there, and she was off the commission long before that.
Yes, that is correct. And okay. I mean, we're not opposed generally to tightening up on cost effectiveness. I want to be clear on that. We do think that there are specific circumstances where it might be appropriate to still have a program, assuming the portfolio is cost effective overall, and there's a specific reason to allow that program to go forward, like market transformation.
Okay, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier in the day, we know that based upon reports, we know how much money ACPs are being return, $350 million, I think was Delegate Stein's bill. And then you came up with these 4 factors and a bunch of decimals, and here's things that are sort of, I'll use the word nebulous. Do you have any idea approximately how much money in the Empower fees are collected annually each year from all the sources combined? So when we look at Empower, here's what the Empower cost is, period.
I'm not sure I'm entirely understanding the question, but I mean, we have the numbers of each of the utilities costs for Empower.
The utilities collect Empower fees every month off of electrical bills, correct?
That's right.
So my question is, what is the total number of fees in Empower that the utilities collect as a whole in the state of Maryland?
I'd have to get back to you.
I understand.
I don't
I
want
know
to give you a wrong number.
Could you get back to what that number would be so we'd all have an idea? Okay, Empower collects $850 million a year from its ratepayers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for this panel, so thank you. We do have additional witnesses: Jennifer Bevan-Dangle, Economic Action Maryland Fund; Garrett Fitzgerald, Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection; and Emily Scarr, Maryland PIRG.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan-Dangle. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund. We are here on behalf of our clients. We have direct outreach programs, particularly one called SOAR, which is Securing Older Adult Resources. That program connects directly with older adults. It helps them apply for various programs, property tax credits, renters tax credits. It also helps them screen for other state assistance that they might be eligible for. The Empower program is incredibly important because the leading thing we are hearing from our older adults right now is that their utility rates are too high. These older adults that we work with, typically their annual income is $60,000 or less. And so these are individuals for whom getting an energy efficiency audit, getting improvements into their home can be truly valuable. These are people for whom $60 is going to make a significant difference, the difference between groceries and getting their medication. We are very excited at the prospect of moving Empower into a third-party administrator. We think this would make it much easier for our clients to connect with this program. The barrier that we face with our clients is their difficulty often getting online, getting into these programs, understanding how to navigate the different application portals. We do share the concerns that you've heard about the cost effectiveness test. We think that cost effectiveness should be at the macro, not the micro level. Just to put this in perspective, I used to live in BGE territory in a really old brownstone townhome in Baltimore City. I now live in First Edison territory out in western Howard County in a 1950s rancher. The services available, the types of remediation available, the needs of those two homes are drastically different. So Empower needs to keep the flexibility to meet individuals where they are, to meet these households, and to get the tools on the ground that are going to work best for that individual. We really think it needs to come from that client perspective of how do we help people pay their bills, which with these very low income customers can look very different across these different territories. So we urge a favorable report with those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Emily Scarr. I'm a senior advisor with Maryland PIRG, the statewide consumer group, supporting HB 1532 with amendments laid out in our testimony. We were thrilled to hear the speaker present a potential amendment to prohibit multi-year rate making and forecasted rates. PEPCO recently filed a request to increase rates by 23% using forecasted rates. And without intervention from the legislature, BG&E will likely be next. Any form of forecasted rate making increases the risk of excessive rate increases for Marylanders and outsized utility profits. It's time to return to traditional rate making. Maryland PIRG joins others in asking that the section on cost-effective alterations be removed from the bill or amended as suggested in our testimony. Empower is significantly more cost-effective than the alternatives: increased peak demand, higher capacity cost, and increased transmission and generation. Utilities make profits off of building new infrastructure and increased energy use and have a natural disincentive to support efficiency. We share your concerns, Mr. Chair, about spending that isn't cost effective. Our concern is less that the programs aren't cost effective, but that the utilities are not running Empower programs in the most cost effective way, driving up costs and leaving additional savings on the table. For example, why is it cost effective for PEPCO to do weatherization and appliance rebates, but BG&E's proposal is not cost effective? There are certainly regional differences consequences, but I think there's some issues with the administration of these programs. Shifting to an independent administrator will help address this, and we have suggested alternative language in our testimony to address your short-term concern about the sub-programs which CCAN highlighted. Having a single entity manage Empower will streamline program delivery, eliminate duplicative administrative costs, increase cost effectiveness, and reduce the cost of the program overall without reducing benefits to ratepayers. So I do appreciate your intent on this cost effectiveness language, but we really have serious concerns about unintended consequences. We thank the Speaker, the Chair, the Subcommittee Chair, and Dwayne for all their work on this legislation and hope we can bring it to the Governor's desk with these consumer protection adjustments.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald. I'm here today representing Montgomery County. We strongly support this legislation. The bill makes a lot of smart changes that will improve Maryland's energy system, will help save ratepayers money, especially the pieces that we've talked about related to limiting utility revenue from infrastructure spending, changes related to data centers. As we've heard, it also tries to make the Empower Maryland program better. Empower Maryland is a great program. It's been overall very cost effective for many years here in Maryland. It's saved our residents billions with a B in dollars as it helps them save energy and money. In our written comments, we have recommended a few potential amendments to further strengthen this section. So we strongly support the language in the bill that would direct the Public Service Commission to explore transitioning Empower to be a single statewide third-party administered program instead of what we have now, where each of the utilities run the program in their own way, and you can have different utility incentives. In Montgomery County alone, we have 4 utilities that have Empower programs. We've got BGE, we've got Pepco, we've got Potomac Edison, we've got Washington Gas. You get different incentives offered through each one of these things depending on which side of the street you live on in some cases. So a single statewide program would be considerably easier for residents to understand, easier for the rest of us who want to help promote it to do that. We think the language in the bill that calls for an RFI should be rewritten to instead have this be a study commissioned by the PSC, answering directly to the PSC to make sure we're getting the level of design work needed so that that will be successful. We also think it's possible to achieve some cost savings through eliminating the gas goals in the program, which are largely just subsidizing new gas equipment, getting put in new construction, which is counter to state climate goals. And we share a lot of the concerns that we've heard around cost effectiveness. We do believe it's possible to just do some tweaking to that cost effectiveness section to make sure that we're all getting the shared intent that we have. Thank you.
Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. This question is a question designed really for a very small kind of conversation to think about. It's not again any kind of gotcha. I know that several of you have already mentioned Empower and a third-party administrator to manage Empower. So my question is, have you thought about and again, maybe this is part of a much larger conversation that may or may not go anywhere, but have you thought about from a kind of a fiduciary fiscal perspective what that might look like and what kind of exposures they may be from potentially a fraudulent actor? I mean, so when we're talking about the money we're talking about, I start to get kind of nervous. So I'm thinking, okay, these are really good conversations to have. But at the same time we're having those conversations, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that third parties walked away with money. And so have you had conversations about what that might look like? Or is that better for an offline conversation?
I think there's a longer conversation. There's examples of this already around the country. And as Mr. Lab explained, they're really using independent folks to run these programs already, so it's centralizing that. Obviously, when there's a centralized program, large amounts of money, there could be concerns around fraud or the existing program. We've long supported more independent audits of Empower spending as is, and I think we would continue to have that support of making sure we have all the checks and balances we need to make sure the money is protected at all levels, right? It goes through a lot of hands, contractors, hotel, so I don't think that's a reason not to do it, and those concerns, I would say, if you're not going to do it, we should increase scrutiny in how spending is happening already.
Absolutely. Okay. So as a follow-up to that, there are other states that are doing this that have done so successfully without any fraudulent activity.
I'm not an expert on all of them, but yes, they've done it successfully. Okay.
Thank you.
I can look into it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jennifer, I just want to make sure I understand your testimony for your client. So you're concerned about the impact Empower changes would have on the low income?
We're concerned that by restricting the types of interventions that are available to applicants, that there could be clients who are very high need who maybe would only qualify for something that's seen as slightly less cost effective, and so they would be denied. So our,
Sorry, it was in the context of low-income clients?
yes, that is our sort of fishbowl we swim in.
Okay, just want to, on behalf of the speaker, let you know that the DHCD low-income program is not affected by this bill, so they would continue to have access to the full suite of things that are available today.
We have had concerns about the low-income program not getting appliances into people's hands. And so one of the concerns is that if we reduce access to those programs, hopefully DHCD gets those rebates out. They're scaling up their program now, but there's a lot of folks who are moderate income or even wealthy folks who we worry if we don't have this incentive, we'll go back to the less efficient equipment or we'll lose that market transportation option that brings down the price for everyone.
Let me ask this a different way.
Yeah.
Does this program, and I thought we already covered this, but I'm just going to ask again, does this program affect the DHCD side of Empower? Does this bill?
No, but my concern was the DHCD side of the program. Sorry,
The
no,
answer was no?
it leaves it exactly as it is.
Terrific. So Jennifer, your low-income clients should feel very comfortable. If they want to get access to those things, they'll still have access under the existing program. Are there further questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1532. We'll turn to a patient delegate long, House Bill 1082, large load customers, data centers, and rate schedule requirements.
Thank you. I think everybody's looking at the same thing. For the record, I'm Delegate Bob Long. I'm here to testify on HB 1082. Large load consumer data centers and rate schedule requirements. Basically, what this bill is attempting to do is if any new data centers are brought in, that the cost of supplying the electricity or whatever support that they need, including water, would not the ratepayers will not have to pay for it. We're seeing that what's going on right now, that the data centers are driving rate costs out the roof. We want to be proactive. We want them to come here, that's for sure. And it's just 3 years ago, I actually sent into a seminar about the small reactors. You can actually bring them in on a tractor and trailer, and they can supply the electricity that they need. Anyway, I'd like to turn it over to my intern. He's got some more information to share with you, and thank you.
Delegates, Mr. Chair, currently, if a utility builds a $1 billion power line for a tech giant, those costs are often spread across all customers. While we want to make sure Maryland is open for business to these tech giants and support the ability to bring tech jobs to Maryland, we don't want that to come at the expense of Maryland citizens. Modern data centers are not the same as they were 10 years ago. Modern AI servers use approximately 10 times more power than standard web servers do because they never sleep. They're processing data 24/7. If you've ever used a AI chat system, you will see that it's remembering things, it's learning things, it's continuously working, and that has to be stored somewhere. Even a small-sized data center nowadays uses about 1 to 5 megawatts. This could power roughly 3,000 homes for a year. More than that, these data centers are getting larger in size, and with that comes bigger power requirements. PJM Interconnection, the largest regional grid operator that covers Maryland, D.C., and 12 other states in the Mid-Atlantic, is predicted by Johns Hopkins University to increase its electricity demand by 5 gigawatts per year until 2030. For reference, the peak usage of Baltimore City is about 7 gigawatts. That means every year until 2030, the region needs to find enough new energy that could power a city the size of Baltimore. The cost for this could be immense with the needed production of wires, substations, and power plants. And as Maryland is part of this regional grid, we will be responsible for part of these costs. A standard large nuclear reactor produces about 1 gigawatt and takes about 10 years to make. This legislation would also give the idea for tech giants to move to other sources of energy away from our public grids. And this year, July 4th, President Trump has set a deadline for the first set of miniature reactors to be finished. These miniature reactors could be placed and used by data centers to power them on site rather than tapping into our grids. These are safer and are framed as giving us a chance to win the AI race that is happening currently in the world. With these incentives from this legislation, not only are we protecting Marylanders, but we are giving tech companies a door to find their own energy and to even move in a better and safer direction, looking for cost-cutting opportunities, such as by using recycled water or gray water. This will have them look less towards using drinking water and competing with citizens, and more so getting their own and giving them incentives to build these purple pipes to bring in their own water without using ours and without us having to foot the bill for it. The last thing we want is for Marylanders to have to make a choice between if they're paying their electric bill or putting food on the table.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Delegate Long or his intern? Okay, good job. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1082. We'll turn to House Bill 1187, Delegate Heinebaugh, water companies and sewage disposal companies, eminent domain proceedings, and service rates.
Chair Coleman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1187 for your consideration this afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Jim Heinebaugh. I represent District 1A, which is all of Garrett County and the western piece of Allegheny County. House Bill 1187 was cross-filed by Senator McKay as Senate Bill 799. Before I go into the specifics of the bill, I'd like to give you a little background on why I filed this bill, and it's really important. There are 4 unincorporated communities in Allegheny County that get their water and sewer service from a privately owned company, Maryland Water Service. As an aside, Maryland Water Service owns water and sewer systems in Harford and Anne Arundel County as well. These 4 communities that I'm talking about consist of about 976 homes and about 1,500 to 2,000 people. Many of the residents that live in these communities are seniors that are living on fixed income. The developer that built these communities back in the 70s and 80s turned the water system over to a private company. It did not go to the county. The bill came about because over time the water rates have increased to the point where they're simply not affordable for the people that live in those communities. The problem's been going on for a while, quite frankly, and there's been very little done in terms of addressing the problems. And the residents understandably are very upset about it. At the request of the residents, the Allegheny County Commissioners hosted a public meeting back in October 26th of last year. Over 400 people turned up for that meeting. People came forward to speak and gave very emotional, moving testimony about the impact of the high water rates on their finances and quality of life. Residents spoke about things like how they had to limit flushing toilets, how they were reusing and sharing bath water, carrying water from streams or creeks, as they call it, to flush the toilets. Going to relatives' homes to bathe and do laundry. In addition to the day-to-day impact on their lives, the people expressed concern about the impact of the rates on home sales. The concern being nobody's going to want to buy a home with these exorbitant water and sewer bills. And in fact, about 500 of these homeowners have gone together to submit an appeal to DSAT on their property assessments because they think that their property's been devalued because of the high rates. One of the speakers at this public meeting produced a chart that showed quarterly water rates or water and sewer based on 12,000 gallons a quarter for different communities. And I just want to touch on those very quickly. The quarterly rate for Annapolis was $186, Baltimore City $321, Frederick $314. These 4 communities in Allegheny County was $802. So the rate in Allegheny County at these 4 unincorporated communities was 4 times the Annapolis rate and 2.5 times the Baltimore and Frederick rates. At the conclusion of this public meeting, the residents appealed to us. We had the county commissioners, myself, Senator McKay, and Delegate Buckle there. They appealed to us to do something about the problem. And it doesn't sound like much in here, but I have to tell you, it was a very humbling experience. And I think we all left there. I know I left there saying, we have to do something to help them. And I should point out that I'm not saying that Maryland Water Service has done anything illegal. The rates that it charges were approved by the PSC. It's my personal opinion that there might have been an absence of public input and representation in that process that caused the rates to be higher than they need to be. After studying the situation, I've come to the conclusion, I think we've all come to the conclusion, including the county commissioners, that the most feasible option to provide relief to these people is for Allegheny County to buy this system. And that brings us to the bill. The bill would effectively freeze rates when a county notifies the PSC that it intends to explore condemnation. The second thing it does, it clarifies that in determining the value of this system, fact finders may consider system condition, necessary infrastructure improvements, upgrades, and the market, and the realities of the market. I've heard a wide range of estimates of the value of this system, anywhere from $2 million to $20 million. So the objective of the bill is to get a fair market value from a third party in terms of what is the value so we can get started on the process. I should also mention the bill is timely in that Maryland Water Service is being sold, it's being purchased by American Water Works. It's part of a $315 million deal that includes systems across 8 different states. That deal is expected to close in August of this year. The county commissioners have stated their intention to intervene with the PSC on this sale. And hopefully this action by the county commissioners along with this bill will generate some cooperation towards finding a solution to this problem. This concludes my presentation of House Bill 1187, subject to any questions you have. I just want to say thank you for your patience and attention and for allowing me to go through that long background there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of the Allegheny County Commissioners, and we are fully in support of this legislation for the reasons that Delegate Heibaum mentioned. They do have an interest in bringing this system into the public system, which they believe will result in significant rate savings for these residents.
Delegate Heinebar, are the 2 virtual witnesses part of your panel? Allegheny County Government and
There is a
Concerned
virtual
Citizens?
witness, I believe, sir, yes.
Yeah. Are both of them part of your panel?
Mr. Smith was only one that I'm aware of. So.
Okay, great. Then we'll bring up Larry Smith, concerned citizens of Allegheny County for access to safe and affordable public water.
Thank you, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Guyton and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 1187. HB 1187 is a narrowly tailored, constitutionally grounded bill that makes targeted amendments to the Maryland Public Utilities Article and the Real Public Utilities Article. It does two things. First, it temporarily restricts the approval of rate increases for privately owned water and sewer utilities during active condemnation proceedings. Second, it clarifies that in determining just compensation, fact finders may consider system condition, necessary infrastructure upgrades, and relative market realities, while preserving the constitutional requirement of fair market value. Under 4-201 of the Public Utilities Article, the Maryland Public Service Commission must ensure that rates are just and reasonable. Under 2-113, it must supervise utilities to ensure economical and efficient service. Rate regulation is a legislative function exercised through the Commission. The constitutional boundary is clear. Rates may not be confiscatory. The United States Supreme Court, in its decision of Hope and its subsequent decision in Balch, held the courts examined the end result of regulation, not the methodology. The court also held that a rate order is unconstitutional only if it is found to be confiscatory. HB 1187 does not set rates. It does not mandate rate reductions. It does not prohibit recovery of prudently incurred costs. It provides a temporary stabilization measure during an extraordinary circumstance, an act of condemnation proceeding. If confiscation were ever shown in a specific case, judicial remedies remain fully available. On eminent domain, Article 3 of our state constitution and the Fifth Amendment of the federal constitution requires just compensation. The constitutional standard is fair market value. In its Miller decision, the Supreme Court determines just compensation to be a determinant of whether what a willing buyer is willing to pay a willing seller at the time of taking. System condition, deferred maintenance, and required capital upgrades directly affect what a buyer would be willing to pay. Recognizing those factors does not reduce compensation below fair market value. It ensures valuation reflects real-world market conditions. HB 1187 does not redefine just compensation, and it does not override judicial oversight.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you zooming in with us. We have a question from Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Heinbaugh, for bringing this bill. I really, I understand how difficult this problem is, and I really feel for those ratepayers in those communities you cited, because that is a crazy disparity there. My question is, I have two questions. The first one is, and I'm trying to understand the situation, and that's why I'm asking these questions.
Okay.
So the first question is, so the water systems in question are they're being sold to American Water at this time. Does American Water own these utilities now?
No, Maryland Water owns the utility now. American Water is in the process of purchasing.
Okay.
And that, I think that deal is supposed to close in August of this year.
Okay, so they're all owned by one company called Maryland Water. Is that accurate?
Yes, in the four communities. It's one system in those four communities.
It's one system in those four communities.
Yes, ma'am.
And about how many ratepayers are in those communities altogether in the Maryland Water?
I believe there is 900 and some homes.
Okay.
And about 1,500 people, 1,500 to 2,000.
1,500 customers
Yeah.
approximately in all of those communities combined? Okay, thank you.
1,500 to 2,000 residents of the area, 900 and some homes.
Okay, so 900 and some
Customers.
Connections to the water.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. And then my second question is more about the bill, which is, so as I understand it, the bill says the commission, the PSC, cannot approve a rate increase if a county or municipality has commenced or indicated that it intends to commence a condemnation proceeding, I assume, in order to acquire the utility. What happens to the rates after that proceeding ends?
Well, I guess, thank you for the question. I guess that will depend on what the solution is that we come up with. I read in the PSC response, and I think they're right, one of the things that maybe is missing from the bill is there's no end date on it right now.
Correct,
In terms
yeah.
of when that freeze would be effective.
Right,
So-
right. That's actually my question.
Yeah, I'm amenable to amendment that would fix that. I'd need to give that a little thought in terms of what would that date be. I had Delegate Buckle helped me draft this bill as
Right.
the legal counsel. Kind of scary, but so. So I'd have to go back to him and some other people and say what would be a reasonable, comfortable date that we could live with for the turn off.
Right, because I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, this is just a temporary stay on the rate increases. Is that correct?
That's the way I understand.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Delegate Ziegler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my impression was that if American Water went through with this sale, their plan would be to equalize rates so that they might have some customers whose rates would go up a little bit, but yours, I assume, would have to come drastically down. Does that not seem like a solution?
I haven't heard of any discussion in association with the sale. I think maybe there's a witness from American Water. That might be a question for her. And I should also add that Delegate Buckle and I are scheduled to meet with a representative of American Water later this week. So we may be getting things moving here, which was our goal. But that's the best answer I have for your question right now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? Okay, thank you. We have an additional virtual witness, T. Lee Beeman Jr., Allegheny County Government.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Allegheny County Government in support of House Bill 1187. Delegate Heimbach, thank you for bringing this bill that we believe is going to be extraordinarily helpful for helping the residents of our area and helping the constituents of Allegheny County. You've heard, the committee has heard testimony today that our friends in Baltimore City are facing very, very similar issues to what the Bel Air citizens are facing with regard to their electric bills coming from BG&E. I heard testimony of households paying $1,000 electricity bill and the need to find relief for those citizens. In Allegheny County, we have the same issue for the Bel Air, Pinto, Highland Estates, and Glen Oaks citizens. They need rate relief. Allegheny County government has considered eminent domain or condemnation as a method of achieving that for those citizens and converting the private utility into a public utility. One of the large issues that we face is what if there is neglect to the system and when Allegheny County takes over the system, we're going to have a substantial amount of work necessary to bring the system into compliance. Our goal in Allegheny County is simple. We need to provide our citizens with safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water. We believe that this bill would provide the best opportunity to allow us to do so because it would allow the cost of reasonable improvements that are necessary to make the water system safe, reliable, and affordable to be reduced from the market value on the taking. And for those reasons, we would urge a favorable recommendation on House Bill 1187. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have in-person unfavorable testimony from Laura Runkle, Maryland American Water.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Laura Runkle. I am the president of Maryland American Water, and I want to make a distinction. We are not the owner of the system in Allegheny County that Delegate Heinball was referencing. I, too, attended that same public meeting back in October in Allegheny County, and I absolutely heard the plight of those residents and their high water rates, and I respectfully believe that there's a better way to achieve ratepayer affordability. That actually will be a bill that is later on today's agenda. Over the last decade, Maryland American Water has invested approximately $42 million to upgrade and replace drinking water infrastructure in Maryland. And we strongly oppose House Bill 1187 because it would create an unworkable and a hostile legal and regulatory climate in Maryland that would drive away investment in critical water and wastewater utility infrastructure at a time where Maryland needs to attract, not to prevent investment. To the extent that these delays would prevent rate increases beyond the PSC's statutory rate suspension period, it would violate constitutional and statutory rights of water and wastewater companies from receiving just and reasonable rates and returns on their investment. It would, under this proposal, municipalities and counties would be under intense political pressure to delay rate increases by indicating an intent to commence condemnation proceedings anytime a water utility files a rate case. And furthermore, the rates for customers could actually increase under this proposal because if the legislation prevents the PSC's entry of an order within 270 days, which is the statutory requirement, the utility's full proposed rate increase actually goes into effect automatically, and then customers would pay that entire proposed rate increase as filed by the utility pending the resolution of a condemnation proceeding. So for these many reasons, we respectfully request that the committee provide an unfavorable report, and we do believe there is a better way to achieve rate affordability for these customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1187. We'll turn to House Bill 1190, Delegate Heimbaugh, Public Utilities Off-Grid Electricity Providers Exemption. And if you have any panelists, feel free to bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to present House Bill 1190 for your consideration. For the record, again, I am Delegate Jim Heimbaugh, represent District 1A, which includes all of Garrett County and the western piece of Allegheny County. House Bill 1190 was cross-filed as Senate Bill 26. House Bill 1190 would exempt off-grid energy providers from most public utilities article requirements. However, they'd still be required to get a certificate of public convenience and need from the PSC, and it would have to follow the local building permit process. By this bill, an off-grid electricity provider is a person that owns or operates an electrical generating facility that does not connect to the grid, does not cross state lines, and is not located or does not cross any federal, state, or local highway. Additionally, the bill states that any off-grid electricity provider that subsequently connects to the grid and crosses state lines or a public road will be no longer considered an off-grid provider. The concept offers a lot of benefits, in my opinion. It encourages innovation and energy independence. It reduces regulatory barriers. It encourages investment. It gives business more control over their operations. It allows businesses to move quickly to meet the energy needs. It relieves pressure on the grid. It provides economic development opportunities. I can give you one quick example of that. Garrett County has a business park at Kaiser's Ridge on Interstate 68. A few years ago, we lost a prospect for that park because there was inadequate power there. And in order to get the power that was required, Potomac Edison would have had to run a new line from the substation. And because of the permitting and the time and the cost, that just wasn't feasible. This bill, if there could have been a power source located there at the park, the project might have worked. This would also allow for data center development without impacting residential customers. Right across the line from Garrett County and Tucker County, West Virginia, they're doing this right now. They're building a very large data center with the power generation on site in form of a gas generation plant. This could potentially reduce the need to build new transmission lines, and it could potentially reduce the need to import more electricity. A few other states have already moved in this direction. For example, last year, New Hampshire became the first state, and they passed legislation, became the first state to authorize off-grid providers. In Ohio and West Virginia, developers are building off-grid electricity facilities to accommodate large-scale industrial sites. Another important thing the bill would do from talking to some businesses This bill would provide the legal certainty needed for businesses to make investments in off-grid generation. They're not going to do it without the protection, legal protection. I recognize there's going to be concerns about this, greenhouse gases and backup power sources and that sort of thing. But in my opinion, the potential benefits of off-grid electricity generation requires to take a hard look at this. Finally, this bill would also put Maryland in a position to be prepared to capitalize on new technologies for power generation, like we heard the discussion earlier about small modular nuclear power plants. So this concludes my presentation on this bill, subject to any questions you might have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We have a question from Vice Chair Guyton.
Thank you so much. Thank you for, it's definitely an interesting idea that we need to discuss. Delegate, I got more calls in the last 3 hours on this bill than on anything else we've done this year. So I just, Frostburg, Cumberland, the mayor of Lonaconee, I think. So they're not my constituents, they're your constituents, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're passing good policy for the state here, because this is not, I believe, a local bill. Do you know what it is that they're so upset about? And can you address it?
If I could, I can explain to you. I got a call this morning from the mayor of Lonaconee, Jack Colburn, and Lonaconee isn't my district, as some of you know. The people that are calling you, this reminds me, remember I had a bill a couple years ago on releases from Deep Creek Lake, and the Whitewater people like flooded you with phone calls, and before I even sit down, you said, I've had more phone calls about this bill than any bill I've ever heard. So their objection is not with the bill itself, it's the process. They're upset because the Allegheny County Board of Commissioners issued a letter of support for this bill, allegedly without providing an opportunity for public input or public comment. So they're the mayor was very clear. They're not against the bill. They're upset with the process that was used at the county level in filing of the bill. That's what they're upset about. And I apologize that you all had all those calls, and I wasn't aware of that until he called me at about 12 o'clock and said, you need to stop this bill and hold it for a while. And I'm like, that ain't going to happen. It's, I'm presenting at 1 o'clock. But that's what their concern is.
I really appreciate that update. Is there anything else in the bill that they might be concerned with, like the type of electricity that may or may not be generated by this sort of permission?
I don't think so. The other factor was considered there is, when the bill was presented in the Senate, there was some talk about the old paper mill at Luke, Maryland, the old Verso paper mill, that might be a good site for a data center, and that this bill would allow, there's inadequate power there now, there's about 100 megawatts there. So for a larger size data center, that wouldn't be enough. And so I think it was a combination of those two things, I believe. But
thank you so much. I appreciate you being willing to let me ask those questions, but I thought it would be interesting for us to clear it up, because I don't know if everyone has had all those calls. But thank you so much.
Well, thank you for bringing it up, because I meant to bring it up, and I just forgot, quite frankly, but thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for the bill sponsor. We do have a number of other witnesses, Willie Phillips, Holland Knight, Dan Schneckenberg, Cecil County Administrator, Brian Saylor, Flywheel, Vance Ayers, Labor Building Trades, Matt Wessel, Rogers Consulting. Any of those folks here? If you're here, come on up.
Should I move out?
You can step back if you don't mind, Delegate.
Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Willie Phillips, and I come here today with some experience in energy regulation, growing and drawing on my experience as the former chair of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the chair of the DC Public Service Commission, and assistant general counsel at the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. I come today to speak in favor of House Bill 1190. I speak in favor of it on the merits, not just as good policy, energy policy, because it addresses a genuine gap in the Maryland regulatory structure. This gap pertains to electric generation facilities that are not connected to the Maryland grid. This gap creates ambiguity for developers, investors, as well as local communities. Now, uncertainty is important in my experience for a few reasons. Number one, as you know, agencies like the Maryland Public Service Commission, they don't have infinite resources. The PSC must focus its resources on facilities that impact directly its ratepayers as well as the reliability of the grid. Number two, this bill provides enhanced resilience for certain facilities, especially critical infrastructure facilities. And also, by definition, an off-grid generating facility does not have the same impact on Maryland ratepayers as on-grid resources do. Now, there are many people who may raise a question about whether or not this creates a regulatory gap. I want to be clear. This is not deregulation. This is appropriate regulation. And based upon my decades of experience, I urge a favorable report from the committee, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1190. My name is Matt Wessel. I'm with Rogers Consulting, and I work in the regulatory entitlement and permitting of large-scale infrastructure projects, including data centers. House Bill 1190 establishes a clear framework for enabling off-grid digital infrastructure in Maryland. It defines an off-grid electricity provider as one that does not interconnect with the state's electric system or cross state lines. It exempts such providers from certain public utilities article provisions while still requiring compliance with generating facility construction requirements. This clarity is critical. Regulatory uncertainty is often a barrier to investment. Developers, lenders, and local governments need clear jurisdictional lines to move projects forward responsibly, and this bill provides more certainty. The Bainbridge project in Cecil County, Maryland demonstrates how this works in practice. This site is properly zoned within an industrial park, away from residential neighborhoods. Local stakeholders have expressed support, and necessary water supply approvals for cooling have been secured. From an entitlement standpoint, the project has advanced through the appropriate land use and environmental review processes. It proposes a behind-the-meter natural gas fuel cell system designed to operate entirely off-grid. It will not require transmission upgrades or shift costs to taxpayers or ratepayers. Importantly, the bill does not remove oversight. Off-grid facilities must still comply with zoning, construction, environmental, and air permitting requirements. The bill simply ensures that a private, non-interconnected generation facility is not misclassified as a public utility serving retail customers. As Maryland's grid remains constrained and demand for digital infrastructure grows, off-grid development supports economic growth, job creation, and tax base expansion without increasing grid demand. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. I'm Dan Schneckenberger, Director of Administration for Cecil County Government. I'm in support of House Bill 1190, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. As we all know, electricity is in short supply in the state of Maryland. Cecil County has been intentional in providing the necessary infrastructure to attract businesses, which has led us to be one of the leaders in the state in job growth and capital investment. We know the financial pressures on this state require economic growth, and we cannot attract new investment without a reliable source of electricity. We have heard that many leaders in state government are now encouraging large power consumers to provide their own electricity. This bill allows us to pursue options that meet the needs of potential clients without burdening all ratepayers with the additional costs that result from importing electricity. Cecil County had drafted a similar bill to Senate Bill 26, but we've agreed to support Senator McKay's bill, which we did last month, and it will serve our needs as well, along with this companion bill, House Bill 1190 from Delegate Heinball. In conclusion, the bill will allow us to have another tool in the toolbox for economic development for Cecil County that will benefit all Marylanders in the long run. I ask for a favorable vote on this important bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker and members, my name's Vance Ayers. I'm 3 decades of a building tradesman. I started out in a trade. I moved to lobbying and running a building trades council to represent working people. We have the most highly skilled people in the world because of our training programs. These people are your constituents. These projects, the power projects that lead into the data centers, are highly needed to continue, because when construction trades folks start a project, they're working away at a project. These projects can support up to 1,500 workers at peak, according to a December 2020 report. Each direct job in a data center sector supports over 6 additional jobs across the U.S. broader economy. Statewide, the data center industry contributes, and I'm talking about Virginia because it's next to us, and I think we need to start to lean more into this type of work to continue people working, people keeping their careers, their wages, their health benefits, their pensions, everything we need to continue society to move. But statewide, 74,000 jobs were created, $5.5 billion in labor income, and $9.1 billion in GDP annually, with much of this impacting and stemming from the construction phase. Data centers can generate substantial local tax revenues for localities. Data centers generate significant local tax revenue, primarily from real estate and business personal property taxes on computer equipment. So once again, I'm talking about the people that actually build these types of things, leading into the data center stuff, your constituents that have their careers. We fully support this and hope you have a favorable outcome.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions for this panel. We have additional in-person testimony from Brian Baylor, Bloom Energy, and Amanda Maruffo, Bloom Energy. Are you here? Once, gone twice.
They couldn't attend.
Okay, thank you. We will turn to virtual testimony. We have Glenn Lyons, Advocates for Consumer Regulated Electricity.
Chair and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I'm Glenn Lyons, speaking on behalf of Advocates for Consumer Regulated Electricity. Before I begin my comments on the bill, I refer you to 3 documents submitted as written testimony: a 1-page summary of consumer regulated electricity, a briefing paper titled "The Case for Consumer Regulated Electricity," and a hard copy of this oral testimony. We support HB 1190 and request a favorable report. Maryland has a pressing concern about electricity prices, reasons to worry about the future reliability of the grid, and a desire for continued economic growth. HB 1190 will help with all 3. The bill creates a new type of provider, the off-grid electricity provider, meaning a facility that does not interconnect with Maryland's electric system. Since these new providers are off-grid, they can't impose costs or reliability risks on the existing system or its ratepayers. Since they can't impact the existing system, they don't need utility regulation. Since they don't need utility regulation, they will be able to develop new projects faster, attracting some of the new loads from the existing system and thereby reducing costs and reliability pressures. And since they can move faster, they can attract new businesses interested in speed. Importantly, HB 1190 does not waive Maryland's environmental, siting, or construction approval requirements. Off-grid providers must still comply with the state's established processes for constructing, generating facilities. Nothing in HB 1190 displaces applicable local zoning, land use authority, or generally applicable safety requirements. Think of the bill as just a pressure relief valve for electricity ratepayers. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so we do have unfavorable virtual testimony from Samuel White.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee. I am voting. I've already heard several of the comments in favor of this, so I'm going ad hoc on my comments. And the first one is for Delegate Guyton. I have to respectively disagree with Delegate Heinball's comments that the vast majority of the local residents are against the bill. They're not against how the county has performed their business, which I understand. There is concern about that when the city of Lonoconing is upset how it's being done. You know, there's something wrong. I am one of the operators of the largest farms in Allegheny County. I'm a cow-calf operator. I'm also working IT. That's my other full-time job, and I've worked in data centers. My main concern, I have two main concerns. It is the impact that this will have on family farms. It's going to be significant because as we know, we have this issue with farm succession happening all throughout the country, and this is causing huge impacts with data centers being developed on family farms. We need to address that. The other thing is here in Mountain, Maryland, we have air quality concerns. This bill is for a data center on the former Luke paper mill that is 300 megawatts in size as the energy generation proposed. 300 megawatts is going to cause significant impact to the air quality in Western Maryland, and that's going to continue throughout the state of Maryland as if this bill passes. And I ask that you respectfully deem it unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. I believe that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1190. We'll turn to House Bill 1210, Delegate Tomlinson, Certificates of Public Convenience and Necessity and Transmission Lines, Notice to Landowners. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Corman, Madam Vice Chair Guyton, honorable members of ENT. For the record, my name is Delegate Chris Tomlinson, and I'm testifying on House Bill 1210. In the summer of 2024, for those of us who live in Baltimore, Carroll, or Frederick County, our lives were turned upside down due to the proposed Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project, a 70-mile transmission line that will tear through wetlands, woodlands, and beautiful farmland. After learning of this project, thousands of us started researching and learning about energy and utilities policy, the Public Service Commission, and certificates of public convenience and necessity for the very first time. The folks who have truly led this effort to stop this project were not able to be here today, but I encourage you to check out their testimony, the testimony from Stop MPRP that's in your floor system. As stated in the written testimony, quote, landowners learned of this project through word of mouth. Many families received little or no communication prior to public hearings or public meetings. In some cases, landowners had less than 24 hours notice before meetings were held. Neighbors informed neighbors. Social media carried information that formal notice procedures did not. Throughout this process, many adjacent property owners, including individuals whose homes are located near the proposed transmission line, have not received direct certified notice, end quote. Now let's talk about the bill and what the bill does. Currently under state law, at least 30 days before a hearing, a public service company has to provide each owner of land and each owner of adjacent land by certified mail written notice of their intent to construct a transmission line over, on, or under their land. This bill does not change that. Under this bill, when submitting a CPCN application for the construction of a transmission line, the Public Service Company must concurrently provide notice by certified mail of their intent to run a line over, on, or under the land to each owner of land where the construction will take place, each owner of land that abuts the property where the construction is planned, and finally, each owner of land that is adjacent to the property where the construction is planned. By notifying property owners early on in the process, we're giving them a chance to research and understand what the impact of the proposed transmission line will be. This bill also requires that in the same notice, the CPCN applicant must provide clear information on how property owners can intervene and that they have a right to intervene. As many of you know, I work in state procurement, and the way our state solicitations are written up, we include in the actual IFB or RFP information on how unsuccessful bidders and offers can file a protest. The state would prefer that every unsuccessful bidder or offer not file a protest, but it's still appropriate and fair that we let bidders and offers know that they have that as an option. I only bring this up because I think this element of the bill is very similar. We should always let folks know that they have the ability to intervene and how to do so. Finally, the bill makes it so that if there is a failure to provide notice, it invalidates a public hearing and requires that another takes place, and it voids their CPCN application, but it does allow for the applicant to reapply. This bill provides fairness and transparency and establishes real accountability. Regarding the MPRP transmission line, Governor Moore said the following back in November of 2024. Quote, as I've said from the start, I share grave concerns about how the study area for this project was determined, the lack of community involvement in the planning process, and the lack of effective communication about the impacts of the project, end quote. I believe that this legislation would help ensure that the community is involved with the planning process, and it would greatly improve communication and make sure that property owners understand the impacts of the project. The MPRP controversy made something very clear to all of us. The people most affected by these projects are often told last and are not told how they can engage. House Bill 1210 corrects that by requiring that landowners receive direct early notice and have a fair, informed opportunity to make their concerns known before approvals move forward. It's worth noting that this legislation received no unfavorable testimony, and with that, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1210. Thank you, Chair Guyton, honorable members of the Environment and Transportation Committee.
All right, Mr. Wilson, whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Bert Wilson of Energy Artisans. Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. I have 35 years of experience in development, construction, and operation of energy infrastructure assets in Maryland, PJM, and New York ISO, including New York City. Starting with BG&E in 1990, and for the past 25 years as an independent, I support Bill 1210 as set forth in the written testimony by our colleague Patrick Welch, who is not able to attend today because he's sick. Maryland continues to be reliant on out-of-state energy production and will likely continue to be reliant for the next decade at least. As such, additional transmission facilities will likely be required to serve Maryland's growing energy needs. Transmission lines, by their nature, affect many more people and properties than generation facilities do. This bill would ensure affected people and property owners are fully informed at the earliest time in order to adequately voice their concerns in the proper forum. Engagement of infrastructure developers and impacted parties at the earliest time is important in order to have appropriate infrastructure projects cost-effectively and expeditiously developed to support Maryland's growing energy needs. This bill's notification requirements will help affected citizens to be fully informed and aware of their rights and proper protocols to express their opinions. As such, we support House Bill 1210. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, and thank you, Delegate Tomlinson, for bringing this. While I don't have a question for you, this certainly affects my district, and I see a lot of familiar names on your favorables, and I truly appreciate you bringing this to our attention. We're hearing a lot of transmission bills in this committee this year, and hopefully we'll be able to get to the root of the problem. Thank you. I don't see any other questions over, so that will be the end of the hearing on House Bill 1210, and we will move on to Delegate Chi House Bill 723, electric companies, cost containment plans requirement, securing affordable, valuable investments in next generation grid solutions, the Savings Act. And whenever you are ready, you may begin.
No, you can talk. All right, good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. It's great to be visiting ENT again, and I missed my ECM seatmate, who is now sitting next to you, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, and good to see my other district mate, Delegate Foley. So I feel like I'm in friendly territory here. Esteemed members of the committee, for the record, I'm Delegate Lily Chi, here to present HB 723, Electric Companies Savings Act. This bill tackles Maryland's energy affordability crisis by focusing on cost containment, cost of transmission and distribution by utilities. We all know that Marylanders have been hurting from skyrocketing utility bills, and this issue has been years in the making. So just how bad is it? A recent report on U.S. utilities market and household spending shows that Maryland is now the #1 most expensive state for utility costs, while Baltimore City is the 5th most expensive city in the country for utility costs. Households in Maryland pay a median of $546 per month and over $6,500 annually for electric and gas bills. So when we talk about the cost of energy, it's not just energy production. We also need to address the cost of transmission and distribution, which accounts for a quarter to about half of a customer's bill in some service territories in our state. Over the past 16 years, we have seen distribution costs rise faster than inflation. In 2024, we passed a package of energy bills, those 3 big bills, that together set a bold new framework for where we need to go in our energy future. This bill builds on that work. HB 723, also called the Savings Act, calls for better cost containment planning by the electric utilities as part of their electric system planning process. It requires investor-owned electric companies to submit cost containment plans for PSC approval on distribution and transmission system planning every 3 years, starting January 1st of 2027. It also requires PSC to approve, deny, or conditionally approve those cost containment plans. PSC has discretion to impose penalties on utilities that do not meet a measurable peak demand reduction goal. The cost containment plans must include measures such as how utilities plan to provide meaningful savings and be evaluated with the PSC's Unified Cost Benefit Analysis Framework, which they adopted in 2024, and lists what utilities are currently doing to contain costs and lower peak demand through existing programs and available technologies, such as advanced transmission technologies, grid-enhancing technologies, distributed generation, and customer demand response. Also, it should include the annual progress reports to the PSC. When we are #1 in the nation in energy costs, anything we do, any progress we make can make a difference. As stated in the fiscal note, while it's hard to estimate the exact amount of savings through these measures, electric utility customers, including the state and local governments, and small businesses and the residents benefit from any decrease in rates that may result from the bill's changes. In short, the Savings Act will reduce the cost of building and updating our electrical grid, place downward pressure on electricity supply costs, and in the long term, reduce the risk of blackouts. In our conversations with multiple parties, including the PSC, OPC, and MEA, and I'm loving the acronyms here, we have several sponsor sponsor amendments to clarify the intent of the legislation and to make it more workable for PSC and the utilities. So that is a work in progress. We are still keeping our options open in terms of how to make that work. So with that, I'm going to turn to my panel of experts to explain in greater details. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Katie Mettle, and I am the Maryland Policy Principal for Advanced Energy United. Between 2010 and 2025, inflation was 49%, but BGE's distribution rates increased 100%, Delmarva's increased 125%, and Pepco's increased 154%. In all three territories, the average household will spend about as much on electricity supply as they will on transmission and distribution. The utilities may tell you that because of aging infrastructure and projected increases in load growth, those capital expenditures were painfully necessary and that we can expect that need to continue. That is all the more reason to make sure that going forward, we make improvements as cost effectively as possible. Deploying advanced energy technologies can help us avoid more expensive capital expenditures. For example, in 2014, Con Edison in New York City deferred a $1.2 billion substation upgrade by instead implementing advanced energy solutions that lowered peak demand. By 2017, they had spent only $70 million. So $1.2 billion versus $70 million. A study by Advanced Energy United showed that across the PJM region, if we roughly double the amount of advanced energy technologies, including large-scale renewables and battery, we can offset projected load growth from data centers, reduce peak load 22% by 2035, and save $178 billion. We have been engaging with the PSC, OPC, and MEA, as Delegate Chi mentioned, to develop a collaborative set of optimistics, and we've had many constructive conversations, and I'm optimistic that we will complete this work very soon. We can get more bang for our buck as ratepayers. The Savings Act's framework will create the accountability that we need to ensure that utilities are upgrading the grid as cost effectively as possible. Advanced Energy United respectfully requests a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, committee members, first of all, I want to apologize for looking like a giant. Haven't been able to figure out how to lower my chair. My name's Sean Kelly. I'm a Senior Director of Energy Regulatory Policy at Advanced Energy United, here in support of the Savings Act, sponsored by Delegate Chi. I've spent my entire career in the energy industry, specifically utility regulation, including working for 2 different state public service commissions, 2 gas and electric utilities. But way more important than all of that, my wife and I raised our daughter right here in the great state of Maryland, so it's great to be back. The thing I can tell you about regulatory engagement from United's perspective across the country is when we talk to any commissioner, it's become crystal clear to us that the #1 issue, no matter what their political party, is the affordability crisis. Maryland, unfortunately, hasn't been able to escape that crisis, but the good news is, with the Savings Act, Maryland has an opportunity to proactively address the issue head on, while also not backing down from its climate and clean energy goals. And we understand that families and businesses are feeling the strain of electric increases across the country, and specifically here in Maryland. On average, distribution rates have increased 6% per year since 2010. That's well above inflation and also unsustainable. Now we have like I said, we have a great opportunity here, and the Savings Act allows us to hit this head on. So in short, what the Savings Act does, it creates cost containment plans that require utilities, electric utilities, to prove to their regulators that they're doing everything within their power to save customers money. So on that note, I recommend a favorable report on House Bill 723, and I thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Thad Cully, the
company Sunrun. We're the largest residential provider of solar and storage. One thing we like about the Savings Act is this doesn't leave any tools off the table. It really is comprehensive in looking at what solutions could be brought to bear to meet the challenges ahead. For Sunrun's part, we offer, we're the largest provider of residential solar and storage, really providing storage to 71% of our customers now, of our new customers, and leveraging those batteries to help the grid around the country. We're doing this most extensively in California, in Puerto Rico, Massachusetts, and soon to be Maryland, thanks to Delegate Fraser Hidalgo's leadership with the DRIVE Act. So we're looking forward to policies like that really integrating and becoming a part of this overall solution. So with that, we see asking everybody an all hands on deck approach. We think this is what this bill does, and that's why we support it. We understand conversations are ongoing and definitely support those conversations continuing. We think this is an important objective. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. On behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, we urge a favorable report. My name is Jamie DeMarco. As this committee has heard in briefings multiple times this year, the true cost of energy is determined by the peak demand, that the grid has to be built for the busiest, highest demand hour of the highest demand month of the highest demand year, any point in the year. And the vast majority of the year, the grid has way more capacity than it needs. And you only have to build a new power plant or a new substation or a new transmission line if the peak demand goes up. And so the Savings Act creates savings by requiring utilities to lower their peak demand. And when you do that, you make room on the grid. So if a new data center or anything comes on, you don't have to build that new power plant. You don't have to build that new transmission line because there's room in that peak demand space. And a Brattle study from New York State showed that New York, which is New York, but it could reduce its summer peak demand by 24% and save $2.4 billion by deploying advanced energy solutions like are called for in the Savings Act. These are, as Keeney Metal testified, much less expensive than building a new power plant or transmission line. This is very similar to another successful program in Maryland, the Empower program, which we heard some testimony about earlier today, which set out an initial goal of reducing electricity demand per capita 15% in 7 years. It exceeded that goal, reducing demand by 2,500 megawatts. That's 2 to 3 new nuclear power plants equivalent, saving Maryland $4.4 billion. That was, bid into the PJM capacity market. It saved the average household about $340 a year. So we think that these energy efficiency and advanced energy technologies, when fully deployed, can have similar savings. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Chi, my favorite delegate. I have a question actually for Mr. DeMarco. You just said, I got to stroke the ego here, Mr. Chair. Montgomery County people are so possessive. So we lower peak, we can save money on the grid. What was I going to say? The way you just phrase this is that we would never potentially need to build more generation.
I certainly wouldn't say never.
Okay.
But
so I guess the question is how long could this work or be used until we decide that we would need more generation?
So I believe the Savings Act requires a 20% reduction as introduced of peak levels, of peak demand. So that would create, I suppose until that 20% is filled back up with new demand is when we would then have to start building new infrastructure above what we're currently able to handle.
So this is a for now save as we then hopefully will need to eventually build later. Yes?
I could add to that. Hi, Delegate Boyce. I would say that the thing about the Savings Act is it's really about making sure that going forward indefinitely, we are always building out new infrastructure in the most cost-effective way possible. And we'll always need to build new infrastructure. We'll always need to add more generation, just speaking very, 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 very generally, just as the decades go on. So it really is meant to be a long-term also short-term. This would take effect as soon as it can take effect, right? But it's meant to be something that would be in place for indefinitely.
Got it, thank you.
Delegate Foley, one of my 6 favorite subcommittee chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Katie, I think, or perhaps for Delegate Chi, probably for Katie. In your estimation, how long, if this bill were implemented, how long would it take for ratepayers to see these savings in their electric bills?
That's a good question. It would depend on how long it takes to get implemented. So the idea is that the cost containment would happen as soon as the technology is able to get rolled out. So when you look at the fastest ways to bring more generation online, for example, and you consider that piece of the bill and the supply and demand issue there, then the fastest forms of generation to deploy are solar paired with battery. You can get that in the ground or on a roof, potentially, within 18 months, depending. Natural gas has a really long backup because of the turbine issue, and then nuclear power plants can take a decade or longer. So similarly, when you look at grid solutions, it might take a couple years. The PSC wants to do a rulemaking, and then you actually have to get things on the grid. But again, it's about really getting this done as quickly as humanly possible. And there is no shot in the arm that's going to lower bills overnight. This is as fast as it can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Okay, thank you. We have additional in-person favorable testimony from Jennifer Bevan-Dangle, Economic Action Maryland Fund. And also bring up the informational testimony at the same time, John Borcosi, Maryland Public Service Commission.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Borkowski. I'm a senior advisor with the Maryland Public Service Commission. The existing COMAR regulations for electric system planning became effective in 2025, and this current regulation framework mandates an ongoing iterative planning cycle through annual stakeholder conferences and plan submissions. Now, while the Savings Act enhances focus on managing load growth and containing cost, its requirements can be integrated into our electric system planning framework. We have proposed several amendments. Now, to ensure that the Act's goals are met efficiently, the Commission requests discretion to approve or modify utility proposed goal targets for tapering or containing load growth that are supported by detailed analytical justifications rather than full litigation of cost containment plans in compliance with a rigid legislatively mandated goal. The Commission also requests integrating the new cost containment plans into the existing schedule for electric system plans and proposes that the initial submissions begin in 2028 to allow time for necessary regulation development and utility preparation to integrate these new HB 723 requirements. So in conclusion, the Commission is committed to creating and continually improving a strong, transparent, and integrated electric system planning process in line with the state's climate and energy goals. However, the Commission requests the ability to make decisions on the implementation details and the flexibility to accommodate the diverse operational needs of the different utilities under our jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, my favorite chair. Thank you, sir. A quick question. I'm trying to gather your testimony. Are you saying this is something that you can already do or are already in your regs? I'm a little unclear.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm saying that the new requirements can be integrated into our existing framework. It would take some regulation changes, but, along with that, we would need more flexibility to implement
Which your amendments
the
speak to.
requirements. Excuse me?
Which your amendments speak to.
Yeah,
Yes.
the amendments for, a low growth goal instead of a mandated requirement.
Okay, thank you.
I do not see any additional questions, so thank you. We do have unfavorable testimony from Direed Lipscomb, Exelon, and Clace, Exelon, Ethan Holmes, Exelon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Datanya Reed Lipscomb, State Affairs Manager for BGE, here in opposition to House Bill 723. I have here with me Ethan Holmes, Manager of BGE's Utility of the Future team. He's here to answer technical questions. We hear from Marylanders every day who are genuinely struggling with high energy bills, and we are deeply committed to helping bring down those costs. And while House Bill 723, as described as a reporting and cost containment measure, it goes beyond that. It adds costly new mandates, disrupts ongoing electric system planning process, and conflicts with the state's long-term climate goals, driving up costs, not down. The bill requires utilities to reduce peak demand by 20% by 2030, which will be an exorbitant cost. And so for context, the DRIVE Act, which requires a 2% reduction and is projected to cost $89 million statewide amongst utilities. House Bill 723 proposes a tenfold increase. For BGE, that would be a 1.3 gigawatt of peak reduction, which is nearly the output of Calvert Cliffs nuclear plant. Achieving this reduction would require extraordinary customer incentives, substantial infrastructure investments, all of which would be borne by ratepayers. Second, Maryland already has a transparent and comprehensive electric system planning process as required by the bill John Progowski mentioned, the 2024 Electric System Planning Act. We are now undertaking the first electric system planning proceeding, which will cost utilities about $99 million statewide to comply. So we have we are opposing 723 because it will overlay new requirements on top of the existing framework as written. And finally, the state plans to fully electrify by 2050, which will increase electricity use and peak demand. A 20% peak load reduction simply is incompatible with that transition, and for that, we request an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Madam Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. For the record, Ann Clace on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power in opposition to House Bill 723. While we share Maryland's clean energy goals, House Bill 723 imposes mandates that will drive cost increases, duplicate existing regulations, and creates reliability risks for our customers. House Bill 723 creates a rigid 20% peak reduction mandates that forces excessive build-outs and conflicts with Maryland's existing planning framework already approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission. House Bill 723 requires a cost containment plan by January 1st, 2027, and mandates utilities to reduce peak load by at least 20% from the 2025 levels by 2030, in spite of the increased electrification. Additionally, this legislation conflicts with Maryland's electric system planning regulations and duplicates requirements. Maryland implemented the new electric system planning regulations that went into effect just 4 months ago after 3 years of stakeholder work. Utilities are already required to submit an annual plan and full electric system plans. This legislation piles on new cost containment plan structures that were never contemplated in the framework and requires utilities to identify capital project deferrals that do not align without specifying how investments from other filings could reduce costs. This legislation creates a second conflicting planning regime at the exact moment Maryland just finalized the first one. Lastly, Maryland does not have jurisdiction over bulk transmission assets. PEPCO Holdings transmission system operates under the PJM authority. House Bill 723 holds utilities responsible for results that depend on the PJM market dispatch and not Maryland. For the reasons stated, we respectfully request an unfavorable report on House Bill 723.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 723. We'll turn to Delegate Baylor, House Bill 990, Small Solar Energy Generating Systems Incentive Program Eligibility and Generating Capacity. If you're on the panel, please bring them up.
Always bridesmaid, never bride.
The chair is pretty high. Good afternoon, colleagues, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dylan Baylor, delegate for District 30A, testifying in support of House Bill 990. At its core, this bill is about making sure that work can continue for our commercial and industrial rooftop solar companies. It ensures that rooftop projects, along with solar on brownfields, landfills, parking canopies, and other preferred sites remain viable, and that the values they represent, which include smart siting, rapid in-state generation, and efficient use of existing space, continue to be prioritized in Maryland's energy strategy. As you've all heard today and a lot this session, in 2024, we passed the Brighter Tomorrow Act, which sought to jumpstart the solar market by creating a 1.5% SREC multiplier for systems 5 megawatts or smaller, located on rooftops, parking canopies, brownfields, and other previously disturbed lands that meet in-service deadlines. This was a deliberate policy choice at the time because I think we recognized the unique value that these systems could have. And what this legislation would do is it would expand capacity and extend the in-service deadline to 2031, aligning it with the end of federal investment tax credit, a deadline developers are already racing to meet. And by extending the deadline and expanding the allocation, Maryland would provide certainty, and certainty attracts capital. At a time when federal policy signals are inconsistent, Maryland can distinguish itself as a state that offers stable, durable market conditions and support clean energy investment. I would also just add, this committee has had a lot of conversations this session with regard to what the future of solar will look like in the state, and I think there's been a lot of really exciting proposals from a variety of legislators. The most notable one that comes to mind is the Affordable Solar Act. And I think the one thing that this bill is trying to do is hopefully keeping the conversation going about the important work that this specific industry presents as we talk about reaching our solar goals and ensuring that these projects can continue. And I also would be remiss if I didn't say that those are some really complex bills that we're talking about there. And this bill could serve as a stopgap measure if we're unable to achieve those, to make sure that these projects can continue. So with that, I would respectfully request a favorable report, and happy to pass it along to my panel.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Bill Castelli on behalf of Solar Landscape, and with me are Mark Schottinger, who is the Chief Legal Officer and President of Solar Landscape, and David Simmons, the Vice President of Markets and Policy. We want to thank Delegate Baylor for introducing this important bill, and I am going to kick it over to Mark and David to talk about the bill.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Schottinger. I'm one of the owners of Solar Landscape. It's good to see you again. We are the biggest commercial and industrial rooftop solar developer here in Maryland. We have 85 projects and hundreds of more megawatts of these projects that we could be doing in the coming years. And with that in mind, we're here in strong support of this bill, and very grateful to the delegate for his work in pushing this forward. It's an important bill because it would continue to incentivize these commercial and industrial rooftop solar projects that we do. And that is important because these projects have a unique value to Maryland and Maryland ratepayers during an energy crisis. And the reason they bring that unique value is because they can be built and turned on at scale extremely quickly. So we can get big projects built and turned on in as little as 12 months. That's because we connect them at the distribution grid with the local utility instead of having to wait 5+ years to go through the PJM interconnection process. We don't deal with any NIMBY issues. There's never been a single NIMBY protest of one of our rooftop projects because you effectively can't see the solar panels from the street. And we have a rinse and repeat form of site control with all our real estate partners where we can quickly go get site control to put these projects on the roofs. So they're extremely fast. Intuitively, that means that there's value there during an energy crisis, but beyond that intuition, the Brattle Group recently published a report. Brattle is a utility consultant, and they published a report about the value of that speed during this energy crisis and concluded that Maryland ratepayers could save $300 million over the next 5 years from doing more of these commercial and industrial rooftop solar projects. And that's beyond the savings that participating community solar subscribers would get, because these projects participate in the community solar program. So we just want to make sure that the incentives for these projects remain in place so that we can keep our foot on the gas pedal and get more of these projects online as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. I'm David Simmons, testifying on behalf of Solar Landscape. And I would like to reiterate the appreciation for Delegate Baylor for supporting this important bill. You know, there's been a lot of conversations about how to achieve our solar targets in Maryland. And, you know, in my mind, this bill, the bill that was passed, is a real success story. You know, and it's only about a year since the program opened up, and already it's 43% full, which means 116 megawatts of projects have come online in just that 1 year. That doesn't even count all the projects that are in the development pipeline and are, you know, likely to come online in the next year or two. You know, this bill just represents an opportunity to sustain the momentum of what has been a successful program. And there's really two pieces to that, right? One is extending the sunset deadline. So right now, projects need to turn on by the end of 2027. Given that these projects take a year or two to turn on, we're already within that 2-year window. And so it's going to be challenging for projects starting now to qualify for this incentive if they start up now. And then the second piece is expanding the capacity. I said that in just 1 year, it's already 43% full. As you all know, the federal government enacted some, unfortunate laws in the, in the solar domain in the last year. And what that's meaning is that all the solar developers are racing to develop their projects as quickly as possible. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that 43% becomes 100+% of what's currently allocated very, very quickly, faster than we might expect. And so we're looking to build on what has been a successful program and continue this momentum going and build more of these valuable projects for Maryland ratepayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsors panel? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 990. We'll turn to House Bill 1037, Delegate Foley, Broadband Accountability and Affordability Act.
We might not all be able to get the table. I'm going to start, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also my favorite chair, Delegate Boyce. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the wonderful Environmental and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Linda Foley, and I'm presenting HB 1037, Public Service Commission Broadband and Voice over Internet Protocol Service Oversight, the Broadband Accountability and Affordability Act. Before I begin my testimony, I would like to acknowledge we don't often always see the people behind these utilities, but we have here today members of the Communications Workers of America who actually do this work on deploying and servicing broadband. And if it's okay, I'd like them just to stand up so you can see they're all wearing red shirts. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being here and attending this hearing. This bill will authorize the Public Service Commission to exercise oversight of broadband service and voice over internet protocol service to implement effective oversight of the quality, reliability, and resilience of broadband service and VoIP service throughout Maryland. In the past, states exercise extensive oversight of copper wire-enabled telephone service, which we in the telephone industry call POTS, plain old not television, plain old telephone service, POTS, and required providers to comply with service quality and consumer protection standards, including a requirement to provide a universal reliable service. Unfortunately, POTS regulations did not evolve with the advent of broadband and the transition of most customers to unregulated IP-enabled services such as Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP. As a result, most state public service commissions, including Maryland's, have no or very limited oversight authority over VoIP and broadband. Consumers are left without recourse during outages and when providers fail to deliver promised services. So let me add that this bill is not intended to cover either wireless or satellite communication, and we have submitted an amendment to clarify that those services are excluded from the bill. This bill establishes state oversight of broadband in the specific areas of public safety, network resiliency, data collection, and consumer protection. So let me go through those. Resiliency would require providers to submit information on outages. Public safety would oversee providers' emergency preparedness and plans for post-emergency restoration, establish backup power standards, ensure customers have reliable and safe communication services. Data collection is another area that would require providers to submit pricing, deployment, and adoption data, analyze this data, and make it publicly available. And then finally, transparency and consumer protection, very important, to establish a clearinghouse of information on broadband prices and backup power to ensure consumers are informed. Strong oversight is vitally important to achieving reliable broadband access for all Marylanders. If any of the delegates on this committee are unsure whether federal law permits Maryland to enact provisions of this bill, because the FCC does have a role here, the answer is a clear yes, that it is permitted. States' police powers give us clear authority over public safety, of course, and consumer protection, and the D.C. Circuit Court's decision in Mozilla versus FCC clarified that because the FCC chose to relinquish its authority over broadband, states could not be preempted from exercising broadband oversight. Subsequently, last year, another court ruling said that congressional approval was required for the FCC to regulate broadband, and the Congress has not acted on that. President Trump, by the way, has indicated that he will not act on that. I also requested and received an opinion from the Maryland Attorney General's office that confirms that Maryland is not preempted from regulating broadband or will likely be preempted from regulating VoIP. California is already exercising oversight over broadband and voice over internet protocol, VoIP, services. Other states have taken steps to also exercise oversight. This is fairly new, though. This oversight includes ensuring network reliability, public safety, resiliency, and transparency in pricing and service quality. So a little different than here, but some of the same areas. Regarding the substantial fiscal note on this bill, I have a sponsor amendment that would treat broadband as the PSC treats other utilities with respect to cost. That amendment should take care of the fiscal note. Reliable broadband access is no longer a luxury. It's a necessity for education, employment, healthcare, and public safety. So before I conclude, I mentioned some of the amendments. Let me just talk about the fiscal note amendment that I just mentioned. So what it would do is it would allow the PSC to pass the costs on to the providers. And the providers should be able to pick this up because the costs are really not that high over time. There are approximately 1 million subscribers now, give or take, in Maryland. So if the providers did want to pass the initial costs onto the provider or onto the ratepayers, it would only be like 5 cents a month. So it's not a really high cost when you do what the PSC does and push that out over the whole universe of providers and/or customers. We also, as I said, have an amendment that excludes wireless and satellite services from the bill. And then let me just mention, because there is testimony about this from DOIT, the Department of Technology, we do have an amendment that addresses their concerns and adopts which they provided to us, and we consider that a sponsor amendment as well. So, committee colleagues, 1037 provides the Public Service Commission with the tools and resources to ensure Maryland's broadband and voice over internet protocol services will meet the needs of our folks here in Maryland. And for these reasons, I urge a favorable report on HB 1037. I will note that this is a very complicated and big issue, but I believe it's really an important one for the future, and it's an opportunity for Maryland to step up and take some leadership here. And now, if it's okay, I'd like to have my panel. Go ahead.
Yeah. Chair Corman and members of the committee, my name is Human Hedayati, and on behalf of Communications Workers of America, I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1037. CWA is the nation's largest labor union representing telecommunications workers, including about 2,000 in the state of Maryland. Over past several decades, deregulation at both state and federal levels has significantly reduced oversight of telecommunications providers, and as a result, consumers often lack meaningful protections, and internet service providers face little accountability to their subscribers and communities that they serve. The effort to regulate broadband at the federal level has hit a wall as an appellate court overturned the FCC's reclassification of broadband as a common carrier telecommunications service, and the Trump FCC has refused to defend those rules and has since proceeded to delete them. As telecommunications providers accelerate the retirement of their legacy copper networks, people in Maryland face a growing regulatory oversight gap. Broadband is a mature communication service. Voice over internet protocol has largely replaced copper-based plain old telephone service, as Delegate Foley stated. According to the most recent Federal Communications Commission data, only 15% of Maryland's wireline voice subscribers remain connected to voice through PSC-regulated switched access networks. That's about 114,000 regulated lines compared to 643,000 unregulated interconnected VoIP connections. It's especially important for Maryland to establish clear regulatory oversight over broadband and VoIP on issues of reliability, consumer protection, and accountability. Thank you.
Vice Chair Guyton, my favorite vice chair, and members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. It's a pleasure to be here with some of my old friends and former colleagues. Today I'm testifying as a 30-year-old retiree of the Communication Workers of America. Did I say 30-year-old? I'm a 30-year retiree. Sorry, I wish. Delegate Foley has done a good job explaining the bill. I'll just add a few things. Basically, this bill seeks to modernize the state code and keep up with the changing times and changing legal landscape. 20 years ago, the PSC regulated all the old telephone lines. Since then, 85% of the people who have landlines have switched to fiber and make phone calls through voice over internet protocol. Up until recently, the VoIP was regulated by the FCC. This all changed in the last couple of years. PSC is not regulated by the FCC. The phone lines are not regulated by the PSC anymore. This is why this bill is being introduced this year and not a few years ago. The feds cannot regulate VoIP, and so now it falls upon the state to be the watchdog for the 2 million Maryland telephone consumers. Two things. One is this bill does not have anything to do with rates. Rates are excluded from the bill. Two, that the California PUC is already regulating these bills are being introduced in lots of states. And three, this bill does not actually regulate things. It only gives them the authority to propose regulations. The PSC has to go through a whole rigmarole about investigating, preparing, and then having public hearings. But if we don't do this, the PSC will never even have the ability to actually regulate or come up with these proposals. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Jenkins. We are here to talk about broadband, which connects every one of us. I started my service as a service technician, then a cable splicer for Verizon, and retired with 25 years of service. I perform installation, maintenance of copper, coax, and fiber networks. I have three kinds of cable today: traditional copper wires used in regulated copper lines, coax wire used by cable providers, and fiber. When used for voice services, they all perform the same function, connecting two people at the end of the line, but they do this via different technologies. This is important because the copper wires is subject to the state's PSC oversight. If you face repeated outages and your provider is not responding to your concerns, you can file a complaint with the PSC to investigate. But if your voice service is via VoIP, the PSC does not have any authority to investigate the complaints or order corrective actions. During my career, I frequently heard from supervisors that we need to respond to outage cases and tickets because the company needs to comply with the PSC quality standards. Similarly, repair tickets were prioritized when the customer has filed a complaint with the PSC. This is not the case when responding to fiber tickets. CWA are the most highly trained and experienced workforce in broadband industry with deep knowledge of deployment, maintenance, and customer support. We know the importance of statewide agency with the authority to establish service quality standards, investigate broadband providers, respond to complaints, ensure that they are resilient infrastructure that will withstand disasters. I support Maryland legislative effort to promote public oversight over our communications network in the digital age. We must ensure the network are resilient and the voices of workers and consumers are heard. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amory Proctor with CWA Local 2108. As a Maryland-based cable splicing technician and local union officer for nearly 40 years, representing hundreds of technicians, I have witnessed a significant shift in how the telecommunications industry responds to major service disruptions. When hurricane-strength derechos struck Maryland in past years, technicians from across the state were mobilized immediately to restore service. At that time, regulated telecommunications providers were required to meet specific service restoration standards. Unfortunately, those obligations do not apply in the same way to broadband-based services today. During the devastating 2017 and 2019 California wildfires, sparked by power lines and responsible for widespread destruction and loss of life, CWA technicians reported widespread wireless system failures. Power outages, fire damage, and network congestion disrupted communications overnight while many residents were asleep. Traditional copper landline customers often continue receiving alerts due to centralized backup power, while many VoIP and wireless customers lost service. In many areas, internet access was unavailable when it was needed most. Competition does not solve these problems or close the digital divide. Decades of state and federal deregulation have left policymakers and the public with limited tools to hold broadband and wireless providers accountable for outages, unreliable service, and poorly maintained infrastructure. When internet or phone service fails, does not deliver advertised speeds, or otherwise falls short, consumers have little meaningful recourse. For these reasons, the legislature should establish Public Service Commission oversight of broadband providers to restore accountability and ensure a watchdog over network resiliency, public safety, and consumer protection. PSC oversight is essential to guarantee reliable communications during emergencies, including access to 911 and public safety answering points, as well as state and local emergency information websites. The Commission should also establish clear backup power requirements for VoIP and wireless networks. Fiber, coaxial, and wireless systems all depend on consistent power. Without adequate backup power in the network and at customer premises, these services will fail.
Thank you so much, Mr. Proctor. We
Thank you.
appreciate your testimony. You do have one more virtual witness, I believe, from Communication Workers of America. Would you like to hear him first, or would you like to take questions? That was Mr. Hayadat.
Yeah, we
That's
can.
me.
Oh, that's, he's here.
Oh, you were here in person. Okay, I see. You're highlighted in yellow. This is not my fault. All right, thank you so much. And thank you very much for the visual aids. It's nice to see you again. Let's see, not seeing any questions on this bill. We will go to the unfavorables. We have Mr. Rob Gradiola and Jeremy Crandall. If you'd like to approach and take the microphone.
And I'll lead off, Madam Vice Chair, if that's okay. All right. Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy here on behalf of CTIA. I want to thank Subcommittee Chair Foley for several conversations with her about House Bill 1037. She's also shared some amendments with me yesterday, and I got to see another set of amendments today. We're still looking through them. At first blush, they look better, but we are looking at them and look forward to engaging with her further. We are still concerned, and I know she referenced the issue of preemption, that this is still something that would be preempted by federal law. And we're also concerned that federal BEAD funding, which is for broadband, federal dollars, I think about 80 million that Maryland would be getting over the next few years, also could be at risk with the legislation. And then I'm just going to make two other points before I turn it over to Jeremy Crandall with CTIA. Number two, in many respects, the market is working in this space. There's a lot of competition within the industry, among the industry, and consumers have the ability to go to a different provider very easily. And that competition, in fact, has actually kept prices low, not only low, but actually has reduced costs for such services. And so we think that market is working and consumers have a lot of choice as a result. And then finally, I appreciate it sounds like the amendment, and I've had a chance to look at it a little more, and I've shared it with my client regarding the fiscal note. In a sense, it would be a cost shift to consumers, the cost that's outlined in the fiscal note under that amendment. And there have been a number of fee increases locally and at the state level over the last several years that have artificially increased costs. So that's a final concern. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jeremy Crandall with CTIA.
Thanks, Rob. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Crandall. Here on behalf of CTIA, we are the Wireless Industry Trade Association, respectfully opposing House Bill 1037. We'll also reiterate the thank you that Rob just shared about the sponsor's engagement with our industry. I really just want to focus my comments and what is respectful opposition on two key questions, and Rob touched on this. What does the current environment look like for wireless consumers, and where is it headed? Really, that at its core is where our opposition is centered on. If you look at prices over a 10-year period, wireless is down 44%. Just the last 18 months, wireless prices are down 5%. That is the data. What else can we say that about in terms of goods and services that Maryland consumers and businesses pay for? Rob also mentioned competition. There is a lot of competition in our industry right now. If you are a consumer that is unhappy with the affordability or the service that you receive from one provider, you have so much ability right now to immediately go to another provider. It is a consumer-friendly environment, and it is driven by the fact that our industry is uniquely regulated at the federal level. We are proud of this record. We do have serious concerns with this bill. But beyond just the data, there are some serious legal concerns as well. The Federal Communications Act very clearly preempt state regulation of wireless market, the wireless market rates in terms of service. I'm more than happy to share more information about this in the Q&A. But Rob also touched on there is a significant federal BEAD funding risk that is included if this bill ultimately becomes law. And I'm more than happy to share more information about that as well. We're talking about $80 million that would be at risk through this type of bill becoming law. And so we do oppose it respectfully from a policy perspective, but also because of these legal concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, this ends the hearing for House Bill 1037, but Delegate Foley, don't go anywhere. We will now turn to the hearing for House Bill 1164, also Delegate Foley. Water companies, sewage disposal companies, and water and sewage disposal companies, rate consolidation and limited income mechanisms. I think the titles today are just going to kill me. Whenever you're ready, you and your panel may proceed.
Yes, so on my panel, I have Alex, Laura, and Sue's not with us, right? Oh, okay, and Mike. This is it, just you two? The two of us. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we lost one of our witnesses, had to go pick up their kids. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Guyton and members of the wonderful and good-looking Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, you have to think like of new plaudits all the time, right? For the record, I'm Delegate Linda Foley, and I'm presenting HB 1164, Water Companies, Sewage Disposal Companies, and Water and Sewage Disposal Companies, Rate Consolidation and Limited Income Mechanisms. That's a mouthful. Let me just say that this is part and parcel, kind of another part of the solution or trying to address the problem that Delegate Heinbaugh in his bill that he presented earlier today. HB 1164 is a step toward stability and therefore affordability when it comes to water rates. It directs the PSC to let private water and sewer companies combine their different systems together when setting rates, instead of a small group of neighbors paying rates to cover a large local infrastructure repair, for example. The cost would be spread to ratepayers all across the private company. This will make rates more stable and predictable for everyone. By spreading the costs of infrastructure and operations across a company's entire customer base, we will move away from volatile, localized price spikes towards stable regional standards. Additionally, the bill officially allows private water companies to create assistance programs for low-income households. This is very much the same, not in power, but very much the same as the low-income assistance programs that are in the that are applied to the electric utilities. This ensures that families struggling to make ends meet don't lose access to essential water and sewer services. A similar program, as I said, is in place for electric utility companies. This bill is in front of you to help solve issues with erratic costs in Western Maryland, as we heard before. 4 communities, Glen Oaks, Bel Air, Pinto, and Highlandtown Estates, those communities are paying exorbitant prices for water. In a breakdown for a usual bill, we heard this before, one customer was charged nearly $300 for about 4,300 gallons of water. These high bills stem from costs related to renewing infrastructure and lack of regulation of small private companies in the past. Comparatively, in other areas of Maryland, remember that $300, in other areas of Maryland, 4,000 gallons would cost anywhere from $45 to $100. So we're talking, in a lot of cases, more than 3 times as much. These high costs often stem from geographical differences, and these disparities are easily solved by allowing rate consolidation across water systems owned by the same company. Rate consolidation has been successful in neighboring states like Virginia and New Jersey. In Virginia, the Hampton Roads Sanitation District case study serves as powerful evidence for the level of affordability and regional efficiency that can be achieved under this bill. Smaller localities like Gloucester in Virginia and Isle of Wight would have faced astronomical costs to meet federal mandates to update their infrastructure. By shifting from a fractured 14 local company approach to a coordinated regional strategy for wet weather management, the region projected a staggering $1.1 billion reduction in overall cost of water quality improvements. So by sharing the burden through a regional entity, we can protect ratepayers from price volatility whenever small utilities are forced to undertake massive infrastructure projects. Another example, in Haydenfield, New Jersey, consolidation proved to be one of the most effective tools for easing the financial burden on residents. In Haydenfield, by integrating into a utility with 650,000 accounts, the costs of multi-million-dollar repairs were spread across a massive customer base. Under independent operation, rates were projected to increase by 25%, but through rate consolidation, a safeguard was implemented and the rates leveled out and ratepayers were protected from those spikes. While these cases are not one-to-one comparison with what's happening in Western Maryland, they demonstrate the power of rate consolidation in increasing affordability. As private water companies acquire smaller companies, the cost of administration and regulation increases, and the costs are currently applied unequally. Through rate consolidation, most Western Marylanders will experience stability in their water rates. The limited income mechanism in the bill, as I said, already exists for electric and gas utilities. This bill extends it to water and sewer utilities. The limited income mechanism for electric and gas was adopted in 2021. In the U.S., monthly water and sewer bills represent a disproportionate financial burden for low-income households, as high, and this kind of blew me away, as high as 40% of total earnings for those at 75% of the poverty level. We have seen the positive impact of limited income mechanisms in the energy sector here in Maryland. It's only logical to bring the same relief to water and sewer services customers. HB 1164 is a proven solution for an urgent need, and it makes water and sewer utilities more affordable for Marylanders, and I ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Laura Runkle. I am the president of Maryland American Water. Today, we serve approximately 24,000 people in Harford and Anne Arundel counties, and our footprint will nearly double later this year with our acquisition of Maryland Water Service, which is another PSC-regulated utility in parts of Harford and Anne Arundel counties, as well as Allegheny County and the communities you've been hearing about today. This bill seeks to achieve affordability. That is the name of the game with this bill. Under consolidated rates, or what we also call single tariff pricing, all customers of the same utility pay the same rate for the same service. Rate consolidation creates benefits for all customers in the long run by spreading infrastructure investment needs over the total customer base, which in turn results in long-term rate stability. And we know that due to what we call the lumpiness of investment, so certain very heavy investments needed for compliance in certain areas at certain times, that is why we see how public utility rates tend to be standardized across an entire utility, as is in the case for gas and electrics. And we are seeking the same for water and wastewater. Consolidated pricing also removes any disincentive to invest in these small systems because it allows those costs to be spread amongst a larger number of citizens. It's also seen and named as a best practice by the National Association of Utility Commissioners. And finally, with regard to the limited income mechanism, as Delegate Foley mentioned, it is simply asking for the same ability to petition the Public Service Commission for limited income mechanisms as the gas and electric utilities in Maryland currently have. Appreciate the opportunity to testify, and again, we are seeking multiple ways to achieve affordability for these customers.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike McKeever. I am the Rates and Regulatory Director for Maryland American Water, as well as several other American Water subsidiaries. I'm here as a subject matter expert. I've worked in several jurisdictions that currently have rate consolidation, including New Jersey, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. I've seen the benefits of rate consolidation, and my purpose here in testimony is to answer questions for the committee members as a subject matter expert. Thank you.
All right, I see no questions at the moment. I feel like Delegate Ziegler's thinking of asking a question. Do you have a question, Delegate Ziegler? Oh, she's restraining herself. All right. So seeing no questions for this panel, thank you very much. We do have oral testimony from Larry Smith, unfavorable. Are you with us, Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Dr. Larry Smith. I'm a lifelong resident of rural Allegheny County, Maryland, in the affected community of Bel Air in Allegheny County. HB 1164 departs from longstanding Maryland utility law by narrowing the discretion of the Maryland Public Service Commission to independently determine whether rate consolidation serves the public interest. Maryland law requires that rates be just and reasonable, and that rate-making decisions be supported by evidence. That standard depends upon case-specific, fact-driven review. HB 1164 weakens that neutral oversight. The bill directly affects the 976 families of Pinto, Bel Air, Glen Oaks, and Highland Estates, Maryland's poor rural Appalachia. These communities already face the highest water and sewer bills in the country. These costs are driven primarily by infrastructure replacement, regulatory compliance, and debt service. Those cost drivers do not disappear through consolidation. Water utilities are capital-intensive enterprises. Administrative savings where they occur are marginal compared to total system costs. Peer-reviewed economic research confirms that economies of scale in water utilities are limited and conditional. A large sample econometric study in the JUE found consolidation frequently failed to produce statistically significant unit cost reductions and increased costs due to integration expenses. A comprehensive review by the National Regulatory Research Institute concluded efficiencies are not automatic and depend heavily upon geography and system compatibility. Just as important, consolidation spreads inefficiency rather than eliminates it. When high-cost infrastructure deficient systems are merged into a single rate system, we know that this redistribution of expenses does not eliminate inefficiency. In fact, the GAO study, a very seminal GAO study confirmed that. Over time, research shows that this leads to consolidation. 1164 leads to broader rate escalation rather than containment. Private owner corporations are entitled to cover a profit. The solution is not feeding a predator more victims. It's providing access to safe and affordable public water. That's what these communities need and what they deserve, not this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we do have one question for you from Delegate Baker.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Larry Smith, are you the retired administrator from North Hagerstown High School? Great to see you. Thank you for testifying.
It's good to see you, brother.
Did you get your question answered, Delegate?
I sure did.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Well, you definitely have one fan on this committee. All right, thank you so much. Not seeing any other questions, but it's a hearing for Delegate Foley's House Bill 1164, and we're moving forward to the hearing on Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo's House Bill 1104, residential solar energy systems, local inspections, and permitting. And I don't have There we go. For the record, House Bill 1104, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
May I bring up my panel?
You certainly may.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm here to present House Bill 1104, the Residential Solar System Local Inspections and Permitting, or Solar Opportunity Act. Maryland is in an energy crisis, as we all know. The ratepayers' bills are getting increasingly higher. The one big beautiful bill it cut federal funding. It cut the incentive, the 30% federal tax credit, for a lot of things, but particularly for solar. And where this becomes very, very challenging is that with that 30% federal tax credit cut, it makes a lot of solar projects now kind of pencil, but not pencil the way it did. And that might be kind of okay if the solar companies were still making money, which I think they probably are making a very small margin now. But the problem is when you put it in the context of where we are as a state and where we are within the PJM, and all of you know this because you've been hearing it ad nauseum, we need to generate more solar and more storage, and we need to do it now. And we need to do it in a way that's more affordable than we have been doing it because of that federal tax credit and a bunch of other issues. So where we find ourselves is we have to figure out a way to keep this industry moving because it's important for us, it's important for them, it's important for all of us. And we can't do that as well as we should, or we're not doing it as well as we should. There are other jurisdictions around the country, other jurisdictions, other countries that are doing it far better than we are. We must find a way to cut the soft costs for developing solar projects. We just have to. It's imperative that we do that, and I can't say that any more strongly than I am now. It is imperative that we find a way to cut our costs when it comes to developing solar. A few years ago, we passed a bill called Brighter Tomorrow, and in that bill, we put an app in a piece of the bill has what's called Solar App, which is an application that was developed by the Department of Energy.
Yes, sir.
The Department of Energy. You're going to hear a lot more about it. And it basically what it did is it required all the jurisdictions in the state during their permitting process to use that app so that we could streamline the process, reduce costs, reduce time, and develop more projects more quickly and cheaper. So what ended up happening was a year or two later, we found out that many of the jurisdictions were not complying with Solar App. And the reason they weren't complying with Solar App is because the way that we had to word it in the bill to make everybody happy to get the bill across the finish line didn't give the AG's office a lot of teeth. And that became a very big problem, which you'll hear a little bit more about. So several jurisdictions just aren't doing it. And it didn't specify that they had to use Solar App. It just specified they had to use something, an application that streamlined the process. So here we are a couple of years later, and we're realizing that Germany is deploying solar at a 50% savings over the state of Maryland. Australia is doing it at 30% savings. Other states like Texas and California are also doing it, a variety of versions of saving soft costs. So what we did is we came up with a bill, and the bill addresses that Solar App issue to try and figure out how to streamline the process, and also several other issues to help streamline the process that other states are doing. For example, it's defining automated permitting to allow for photos and videos on site to issue permits so that we don't have to keep coming back every time there's an inspection. Okay, there's an inspection and we have to wait 3 weeks for an inspector to get there. That is not helping us. That is hurting us in a time when we need to deploy more quickly than ever. Implementing statewide reforms on building codes for all properties, eliminating deferred building codes, allow for certified installers to pull and replace the meter. That is an amendment that you should have. Eliminating the need for the utilities to be present. Again, if you have to have the utilities present to pull the meter, we'll see you in 3 weeks. We can't continue to do that. No longer requiring a permit for backup systems as long as they're installed by a licensed contractor. Placing a cap of $200 on residential system permitting fees. We're open to changing that if we need to. And putting some teeth in there that would allow the Attorney General to create an enforcement mechanism to comply. As I said, there are doing this. We need to do this as well. I don't need to stress to this committee, but I will, the importance of solar and storage. We all know how important solar and storage is at this moment in time. And the reason it is so important is because we all know that natural gas is 5 to 6 years away. There are no turbines. You heard it from one of the previous. Nuclear, that's 9 to 12 years away. Wind is off the table at the moment because the Trump administration has deemed it off the table, anything that has to do with wind in this country. So there are not a lot of options. This is our only option, and we need to find a way to streamline this process. We need to find a way to move much more quickly than we are, and we need to find a way to move much more affordably than we are. The more affordable it is, the more people will get on board, and the faster we go, the more profitable it will be for everybody, and we'll start to reach our goals and diversify our generation, our storage, and our on-demand and peak usage, to deal with peak usage. So with that said, that's the really big part of the bill. I'm happy to pass it on to the director to my right because she has a very unique perspective, and I'm so happy that she's here with us, and then just go through the panel if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kelly Speaks-Backman, Director of the Maryland Energy Administration. I happen to also have been the lead for the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Office at Department of Energy when we developed Solar App. I wanted to start by thanking the bill sponsor, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo. MEA really appreciates his long-standing partnership and leadership and consistent effort in advancing clean energy policies. Solar App is a free web-based platform that basically just automates everything. It automates the plan review and permitting process, as Delegate Frazier Hidalgo said, for residential rooftop solar and storage systems. It was developed in collaboration with the Department of Energy and industry experts, as well as formerly known as the National Renewable Energy Lab. It allows local governments to approve compliant, safe projects through an online system, reducing permitting time significantly. Solar permitting software, anything that's even similar to Solar App Plus, cuts permitting processes time to less than an hour, while maintaining quality and safety. It can accelerate solar energy development and bolster solar businesses across the state by reducing the time and complexity of solar permitting, and also by lowering costs. Additionally, with Solar App Plus, local governments can ease their administrative burden and costs. Just a few specific pieces of data from the first year of implementation in 2023. More than 160 communities across the country had adopted Solar App Plus, helping local governments approve more than 32,800 projects, saving local governments more than 33,000 hours of staff permitting time. And all of this without sacrificing safety or code compliance. Sorry, I had a little bit more, but I'll cede my time. Thank you. Who's next?
Go ahead. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Ryan Farrell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Lumina Solar, serving homeowners across Maryland. I was born and raised in Maryland. We run our business here, raising my family here, and I'm also a active solar participant in Maryland. We're in strong support of House Bill 1104. From an operational standpoint, the greatest barrier to residential solar in Maryland is not actually installing those systems. It's navigating inconsistent local processes before we ever even reach the job site. Timelines, requirements, and inspection expectations vary widely across jurisdictions. That variability reduces predictability. And when predictability goes down, risks go up, and that risk ultimately shows up in customers' costs and timeline. Our business does not benefit from delays. When requirements shift or approvals stretch out, customers wait longer to see savings and administrative costs increase. Those costs do not disappear. They show up in the invoice. But beyond costs, there's a significant strain on time. Today, nearly 2,000 labor hours, about 38 hours a week, consumed just by coordinating and traveling to those inspections. Inconsistent standards create more than 100 hours annually of avoidable amendments, and that skilled workforce is missing time they could otherwise spend installing systems for Maryland families. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for consistent and reliable expectations across jurisdictions so that homeowners are not impacted differently solely based on where they live. Predictable processes allow us to plan responsibly, deploy resources efficiently, and that's what reduces total cost for Marylanders. Marylanders are looking for ways to manage rising electric costs. Making solar more predictable and affordable allows more families to participate. supports skilled jobs, and helps the state advance its energy goals. The Brighter Act tomorrow helped Maryland move forward, and this bill continues that progress in a practical way. Lumina Solar respectfully urges a favorable report on House Bill 1104. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ben Davis, representing Permit Power. Today, Maryland has the 4th slowest solar permitting timelines in the country, and roughly 1 in 8 home solar projects that begin the permitting process in this state are canceled. And solar installers cite permitting barriers as the biggest reason for those cancellations. In our recent study on permitting in Maryland, one installer measured out the impacts of permitting bottlenecks and found that they would be able to install solar on 50% more homes if those bottlenecks were eliminated. Installers will even avoid doing business altogether in especially challenging jurisdictions. The local permitting process not only suppresses solar growth and creates delays, but also adds costs. A study by the nonpartisan think tank Switchbox found that the policies in 1104 would reduce the cost of home solar by an average of $5,500. The policies in 1104 are already being deployed in more than 1/3 of the national market, boosting solar adoption. California, New Jersey, and Colorado have adopted automated permitting. Bills are progressing quickly in Virginia and Massachusetts, and jurisdictions today have choices of automated permitting providers. The policies in 1104 will improve safety by making sure that the systems are designed solely to the building safety code and enabling remote inspections, which are often more thorough than in-person inspections. Data from the New York State's inspection audit show that remote inspections of the type that would be established in this legislation consistently identify deficiencies that the on-site inspector misses. We urge a favorable report on 1104 to support affordable clean energy in Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting for me all this afternoon. My name is Joel Schmidt. I live in Arnold, just up the hill, and I am here as an advocate for 1104. Also here as a human being and a grandfather. I'm tempted to ask how many of you have solar installations at your houses, but I won't do that. Good for you. Then you understand what we're all about. My background, I was a teacher, an administrator, and started teaching in 1968, and I'm still teaching. Youngest kids I ever taught were 5 years old. The oldest are people in retirement homes. We got solar, we got an EV, we got a charger for the EV, and we got a whole house generator once our grandkids graduated from college and we could afford it. And these were lifelong dreams and things we needed to do and to help us stay in the house as we got older, close to 80. We're grateful for all of them. We did, however, have experience with permits and inspections. That is the issue today. In some cases, the promises that were made to us were not followed through by the installers. In some cases, the delays were excessive for county inspections. I won't go into the reasons. I've speculated about why that occurred, but they did. And this caused a little bit of frustration to us, and it probably does to other people too. A, you don't understand what's going on. B, you don't know what to expect. Is this going to go on forever? Can I ever plug my new electric vehicle in and use it? No, it's sitting there waiting. Can I start to get money back from the solar panels by not paying too much violin, I'm sorry, by not paying Constellation Energy?
Thank you very much, and actually thank you for waiting for us. You thanked us for waiting for you, but you're the one who's been waiting. Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Hidalgo, could you please tell me your commentary on MML and MACO's opposition to the bill?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a great question. Look, we worked with MACO and MML a couple of years ago. There was a significant amount of resistance, and we worked with them as best we could. And as a result, we got, in particular, just to talk about the part of the bill that has to do with automated, an automated application. So we put that in the Brighter Tomorrow Act, and it passed. But it kind of got neutered. And the problem that we have, and I know that they have concerns, and they're entitled to their concerns. And I've had conversations with both of them, and I respect their position. But the problem we have is that 2 years later, we're in the same place. And that is the really big problem, is 2 years later, we're in the same place. And what it reminds me of is what we all did last year with Senate Bill 1 on solar siting. What happened is we talked and we talked and we talked and we talked to the locals, and we kept telling the locals, look, we need to generate more solar on big fields, more utility side solar. And we did this for a number of years. And we kept telling them because there were a lot of roadblocks that were put in the way of developing those big projects. And they kept going over and over and over again to the point finally we're like, okay, well, we've given you years to come up with a solution, and you have not done so. So now we got to the point with Senate Bill 1 last year where people were very, very upset, and we forced them to do it. We don't like to force anybody to do it, but here we are in a situation now where we all know our backs are against the wall. We need to generate more solar and more storage, and we cannot wait around and continue to kind of push this down the road. So there's been 2 years just on this piece alone, and we have not made any progress, and several of the jurisdictions have refused to comply. So that's why we find ourselves in this position where if you refuse to comply, here we are. And I'm sorry that's the way it is, but I didn't do it. And we got to get this up and running, and we got to get it up and running now, and we don't have time to sit around to continue to wait 2 years from now to have the same conversation. I hope that helps.
I also know I didn't read the other testimonies from the other counties that opposed. Right. So my question sort of in a different sense would be, maybe the counties don't want to have solar imposed upon them and don't feel solar is the answer at the end of the day.
Right.
But we're going to say it's going to be based upon some of the preemption clauses and things we had last year and zoning requirements, et cetera. It's sort of becoming, you're going to get it whether you like it or not. Is that a fair statement?
No, absolutely not. And the reason it's not a fair statement is because we're not going into anybody's county, we're not going to anybody's house, and we're not telling them they must put solar on the roof of their home.
Okay.
This just gives people the opportunity, if they want to do solar and if they want to do storage, to do it at a reasonable price, at a reasonable timeline that can help the entire state reasonably. We're not forcing anybody to do it. That's the same as a conversation or argument that came up with SB1 last year. We're not going on anybody's farm field and forcing them to put solar up. This is all about choice. This is consumer choice, and it's the same thing. We're not forcing anybody to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Frazier-Hidalgo, following up on, as we used to say, in hot pursuit of Delegate Morgan's line of questioning. Could you comment, a number of the opposition testimony here is about safety and the safety of the remote inspections. And could you comment on that?
I will take a general swipe at it, and then I'll pass it on to folks that probably have more direct experience. But I would just say, you're taking pictures, you're taking video, you're working with jurisdictions, you're working with permitting so that they are comfortable with where it is. They don't necessarily have to be on site. I mean, all of our subcommittees are done via Zoom now. So, Director, I don't know if anybody else would like to add.
I appreciate the question. There was actually a study done by by NREL in early 2024 about the first year of implementation of Solar App Plus, and there was found to be absolutely no detriment to safety at any of the sites. And I would say that the automation was set on the local code compliance, so there was no impact on going past what the codes would allow. And it's automated based on the local jurisdiction.
Okay, Delegate Jacobs.
Hey, I've been quiet today. So Delegate.
All right now.
So, you know, I'm a contractor when I'm not here playing delegate. So, you know, I'm accustomed to a lot of inspections. And, you know, the truth of the matter is, in my 16 years of being here, we've created most of these levels in the General Assembly. You know, what used to take a month to get a permit takes 6 months now. And you got layers and layers and layers and layers on top of layers of bureaucracy to navigate. So what you're trying to do is skirt all that just to do solar so that people will feel comfortable with remote inspections of their solar system. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wouldn't use the term skirt. I would say that those permit inspectors, those that would normally have to come out, they can, now think of all the extra free time they have when they're not driving around. So they can do that remotely. They can do, conduct that inspection remotely and get hours a day back by not driving around. So I think that's a big part of it. And the other part of it, again, I would say is, we are in a unique circumstance where we, need to do this. We need to develop more solar and storage. And we've been trying to do it over the last couple of years in a manner that works. But this really takes a lot off the plate of the locals. So I would think that would be helpful to them, all that free extra time that their inspectors can do. And I don't know if anybody else has anything they'd like to add on that particular note.
No, I think you said it well. It really just frees up time for people to do other things. And that's one of the things that one of the comments that we heard most from those early adopters of Solar App Plus is their staff were already swamped, really had a lot to do with very little resources, and that freed up those resources to do other things for their counties or their local jurisdictions.
So do you really believe that people feel comfortable with getting a remote inspection rather than personal?
Sir, I can tell you just from our experience of those who did adopt this, that they were very comfortable and very happy with the results.
So would you agree that perhaps we should start doing that with septic inspections and building inspections remote in the same manner?
I think it's an idea worth pursuing, sir.
Thank you.
And delegates, during COVID, the Maryland Department of Environment did a lot of inspections virtually. So it's actually not that new of a concept. But Delegate Fischer-Dog, I just want to make sure I understand the bill. You talked a lot about farms, but this bill has nothing to do with farms, right? This bill is about residential rooftop solar.
That's all it is.
And if I want to put residential rooftop solar on my home, this bill makes it slightly easier to do the red tape process?
Makes it slightly easier, faster, and cheaper.
Great. Okay. Further questions on the bill? Okay, thank you. I think we have additional in-person favorable testimony. Josh Tolkien, Maryland Sierra Club. Emily Scarr, Maryland PERG. Ryan, we got him. Rosa Hance, Enhanced Impact LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon/evening. I got it? We good? No more text telling me my collar is messed up. Good afternoon, evening. I'm Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club in strong support. Sierra Club is committed to building a strong, efficient solar industry that provides clean energy at decreasing in prices. People may know Sierra Club as an historic group strongly in support of more regulation, and we're proud of that. But we also recognize that over time we need to be examining the regulations that have been set up. And the regulations for solar have been cobbled together over the years and need to be reviewed to make sure that they're serving us well. And in this particular case, some of the regulations and permitting is important. Some of it needs to be streamlined to achieve our public policy goals. Specifically, automated permitting will allow for an accelerated process. It will bring in industries that can find the same permitting process between jurisdictions. Sierra Club researched and found this strategy during the Solar Task Force 4 years ago recommended the adoption of an automated instant permitting process and was pleased when it was included in the Brighter Tomorrow Act. For the last 2 years, we have been conducting outreach and education to counties and municipalities, including putting on educational webinars, offering services, informing people about the MEA grant program and technical support. We've had large jurisdictions like Baltimore City and Prince George's applying for technical support, Wacomico County, Laurel, with jurisdictions upwards of 50% adoption based on the population, showing that this is a really viable and effective tool that is available, but it is something that will be most effective when it's adopted across the board. The additional measures in this bill, such as the remote permitting, are proven. They're strategies that have been utilized elsewhere, and they're consistent with our goals and with safety. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and esteemed members. My name is Rosa Hance, and I founded Enhanced Impact LLC to support sustainable businesses and nonprofits doing advocacy and implementation work. And I'm happy to answer questions about my professional experience, but I'm here mostly to focus my testimony today on my experience as a proud homeowner in District 29C with 30 solar panels on my roof and a 9-kilowatt backup battery in my garage. I've seen firsthand the positive impacts of residential solar in my personal life. We use free fuel from the sun to power our home and charge our car, and my kids are spoiled rotten because they really truly can't remember what life is like without a backup battery. So even though we live in the woods, even during cold months, even with the rate hikes, even with adding an EV, our electricity bills are lower, and this is something that should be accessible across the board in Maryland. But we also experience a lot of the delays that have been talked about, and I want to go into a couple of them. In the county permitting process, there are 2 inspections, at least in my experience. Both the county and the utility co-op needed separate inspections. I need to take off time from work in order to be home. And the interconnection process was so burdensome and had so many back and forths, even though it was a 5-minute fix to swap the names that had been written in error on our interconnection agreement. The 5-minute fix cost our project an extra 5 days. And although we began our installation in the spring, it was not online until August. And so these huge delays, we missed the peak season, and automation and virtual inspection would significantly remedy this. I ask for a favorable report.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I'm Emily Scar, Senior Advisor with Maryland PIRG, the statewide consumer group, here in support of HB 1104. Maryland PIRG was proud to have worked with the sponsor on legislation to streamline rooftop solar permitting in 2024, and so we're happy to be back here to help ensure that vision is achieved. Installing rooftop solar should be as fast and easy as possible, but as you've heard, in many Maryland communities, it can both take too long and be unnecessarily expensive to put solar panels on your roof. As electricity rates have spiked, more and more Marylanders are interested in solar, and now is the right time to ensure compliance with the 2024 law and to comprehensively address the permitting delays and challenges that are making it harder to go solar. This bill is simply about cutting red tape, as you said, making it a win-win for energy customers and the state. More solar means a stronger grid, less pollution, and lower costs. We respectfully request a favorable report.
Terrific. Any questions for this panel? Okay, we have an additional virtual favorable witness, Zach Blankard, Baltimore City Council.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Zach Blanchard, councilman for the greater downtown area of Baltimore City. This is a great bill, speaking in favor of it. I just want to, everyone else has talked very clearly about all the benefits of this bill specifically. I just want to say that this is part of a broader challenge that we have across the state, where we make it hard in our permitting process to do things that everyone wants. Just an example, the largest high school in the state of Maryland without its own sports field is in my district, and the state required permitting requirements have driven the cost up of just turning a gravel parking lot into grass for a sports field up by like $15,000 in 6 months, right? This is a endemic challenge that we have across so many issues in the state where we make it really hard to do things that everyone wants. Rooftop solar is a wonderful example of something that it should be really easy to get done. And we should, as the counties of the state of Maryland and Baltimore City, as well as the state, we should be making it as easy as we can for people to do this. So I urge your favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the council member? Okay, we have unfavorable in-person testimony from Lawrence Richardson, Hartford County Government, and Justin Fiore, Maryland Municipal League.
Happy to. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Justin Fiore here on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League in opposition to House Bill 1104. You have my written testimony. I'll try to keep it brief here. This is being framed as a solution both to compliance and to red tape. Regarding compliance, I have offered personally my assistance and MML's assistance to resolve any municipal-specific issues of noncompliance. To date, I have not been given a single city, town, or town name where these issues are allegedly occurring. Regarding red tape, we are sympathetic to the industry in light of federal policy changes and supportive of the state's clean energy goals, but MML does not view health and safety precautions as red tape. The state has already gone further for this industry than most others by mandating an automated permitting system. This bill simply goes too far. It seeks to do away with local safety codes, aesthetic standards, and basic safety requirements like being able to follow up on failed or a series of failed inspections in person. While solar fires are rare, the National Fire Police Association reports hundreds of incidents annually, and research shows that half of these are due to faulty installation. We simply cannot support a bill that hamstrings and prevents a safety official from doing their job when they see a direct threat to life and property. We respectfully urge an unfavorable report.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Sponsor, members of the committee, thank you all very much. Lawrence A. Richardson Jr. on behalf of Hartford County Government. We have our written testimony in, so I promise not to read, I swear. But what you'll find in there is we'll echo some of the concerns Mr. Fiore brought forth and Delegate Foley brought forth. In conversations both with our Department of Inspection, Licensing, and Permits, I do apologize, my director was going to be here today, but at the last moment he had something unforeseen developed, so he could not be here. But in conversations with him and with our emergency services personnel, our biggest concern is safety, is fire safety. Right now, what our folks have defined is that roughly the number I was given is about 25% of permit applications that are submitted that fail to comply with the roof solar access provisions of the 2021 IRC, International Residential Code. Purpose of these success ways are to provide critical access to fire service personnel in conducting fire operations, as well as ensuring a clear path from mandated emergency escape and rescue openings. And concern is that this legislation, as it's worded, could have an impact on that. Our folks that go out and visually inspect this stuff are able to spot that. They know what to look for. That's a concern that we have. Another safety concern exists is that what we're allowed to do under Maryland law, when our inspectors go out on electrical connections, they can check to make sure that the individuals doing those connections are certified under Maryland law to do that. They can be on site, asked to see their certification credentials, confirm they've got the training, the expertise, and they've been authorized to do these electrical connections. Absent that ability, you could have secondhand connectors being done. You're creating a potential fire hazard in there. We've got some additional information in the letter. I just do want to cite two other things, if I may, real quick. I know we've heard numbers about with permits. What I can tell you is for example, FY24, the average building permit fee was $76. It was issued within 5 days of inspection, and that includes weekends and holidays. That was 64%, almost 67%. 81% received those within 10 days. Again, that includes weekends, holidays. deficiencies in FY '24 that when the application came in, the required modifications to comply was 18.5%. In FY '25, cost has gone up, 147 roughly. The 5-day number is 62%. The 10-day number is 76%. The deficiencies in design that require modifications increased to 23%.
Great, thank you. You were spared the timer for some reason, but appreciate you joining us. Questions, Delegate Foley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fiore, so you cited solar fires. Have there been any solar panel fires in Maryland that you know of? Have we seen this on rooftop solar?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we haven't had, and we've had solar now deployed on rooftops, with some regularity for, I would say, at least a decade, more really. So is there any other safety concern other than fire?
Well, I may say we've had in-person inspections throughout, which is a key component of the bill. This bill prevents us from even following up on a failed inspection in person. I think that's very concerning and very different from the landscape under which we've had no Maryland fires, to my knowledge.
Okay, so my question, I understand. My question was, you cited fire safety, even though we haven't had any solar fires here in Maryland. But my second question was, are there any other safety concerns?
I'll also allow Larry if he has anything. The only other issue I've heard about is potentially load-bearing concerns.
Okay.
If you see termite damage that might not come clearly across a picture, but a local inspector's trained to see that, this beam probably shouldn't be supporting a rooftop solar panel. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and Delegate, if I may add to that, I think recently, I believe it was up in Cecil County, there was just recently one over the past 48 hours, I do believe. I can check that information for sure and let you know. And as to load bearing, I know recently they changed the snow load figures. So again, it's going to be a question, did the panels match up to the snow loads? Finally, in relation to with safety, part of that safety concept becomes as well as if you've got to make access through windows that you're not blocking any roof, any ability to do roof entries. There are certain, my fire guys could answer that a lot better, but there are certain concerns with placement relative to getting into the building to attack a fire.
Could I follow up, Mr. Chair? So the bill does require enhanced software, solar permitting software. The bill talks about that as well, and enhancements to that. Do you know for a fact that the automated inspections would not be able to look, for example, the example you gave of access? I mean, would remote inspection show that?
That's the question my folks have. They seriously have. Of an actual physical visual inspection, yes, that could tell.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, Mr. Fiore, and is it Mr. Richardson or Mr.
Yes,
Truitt? Mr. Richardson, for your testimony. I represent a jurisdiction that has notoriously onerous permitting challenges. Baltimore City permitting inhibits, stymies everything from housing construction to, restaurant openings. And so it's a struggle, and it's not easy for any municipality. That I just want to acknowledge that. I also hear you when you say that safety is so important, and you're absolutely right. It's part of your duty to safeguard that. But my question is, we heard testimony from folks, a young lady who lives in the woods who loves her solar system but struggled through the permitting process, and the granddad who had a similar challenge. What do you say to people who report that obstacles, barriers to the existing permitting process hold back their desire to get solar? Because it seems like this bill is trying to get at that. So I'm curious, what do you say to that? What solutions might you offer other than the bills?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Lewis. I almost want to separate two concepts that we're talking about in this bill on the permitting side and the inspection side. So MML is not opposed to the automated permitting system that was put in place 2 years ago. I think it's fantastic that it's being supported with funding for technical assistance and et cetera. We've put out in our mailers, hey, please apply for this. By the way, the October 1st date's coming up. You need to be in compliance. And we're happy to help with any compliance issues so that we can get that automated permitting system up and running throughout the state, which I think addresses a lot of the concerns on permitting timing. We have different beliefs, it seems, on the automation of public safety through inspections.
Okay, that was quick, but how do you overcome that? What would your suggestion be? Because the inspection is an obstacle to getting your solar system set up as well, because it's part of the requirement. You know, what do we do about that?
Well, Delegate, first off, too, if I may add an answer to a question that was asked on the previous panel. Yes, I as well. I've had 2 solar panels on my roof that fire a hot water heater up for the past 20 years. And it helps having one of my sons and my granddaughter. Every little bit helps, and I appreciate it, that benefit we get from it. What I would argue, if a scenario does present itself where various jurisdictions are having differences in the period of time that it takes to get the permitting, that's something that jurisdiction, I think, needs to address. As I said, the issue that we have for turnaround time for inspections, we haven't had that concern. That concern really has not been raised in Harford County to us. We like to think that we've got it on a fairly smooth basis. It works for us. What we do now works for us, and we believe gives us the added security for our residents, for our businesses, and for the county in general of the safety issues, that we're making sure it's compliant relative to fire and safety needs. And so I think the better approach may be to focus on whatever government, whatever counties, municipalities need to improve their permitting process in and of itself.
Thank you. I'll take it for now.
Delegate Fraser-Doggo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to Justin, I apologize we didn't get this information to you earlier so that we could have more time to work on it. With that said, the two things I wanted to mention. Number one, we've heard multiple times about fire concerns. And when I looked through the committee testimony, I don't have, unless I'm missing something, I don't see anything from any fire department, or volunteer fire department, or anyone directly putting into a letter to us, submitting a letter to us that they have significant concerns. So that's number one. But my question is, the bill doesn't prohibit a follow-up. So if there's an inspection and there are concerns, the bill doesn't prohibit necessarily a jurisdiction from sending somebody out to follow up with whatever concerns they may have. And if it does, if there's something I'm missing, I'm happy to make that adjustment, an amendment to the bill, because I don't want to stop inspections from happening if during a video inspection there should arise a concern. So would that be helpful if that was more clear?
Thank you for the question. I do believe lines 23 through 25 on page 3 specifically prohibit a county or municipality from requiring a manual review at any time during the permitting and inspection process. So currently, I don't believe we have the authority, if this were to pass, to go out to those jurisdictions.
Okay,
I told you I'm happy to work with you.
Okay.
I truly mean that, like on any of the provisions of the bill. But in totality, this is really hard because it just kind of flies in the face of how we've managed public safety efforts on the permitting process.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to work with you an amendment on that. I guess on that particular on that particular section. I think it doesn't stop them from going out at a later date to do it, but I am happy to put together an amendment if that will satisfy your concern and make it more clear. I am happy to do that because I think that is important. If there is an inspection, a visual inspection that's done via video and there are concerns, then absolutely they should have the right to come out.
Isn't that so?
Isn't that so? Isn't that so? I think I asked that earlier, but thank you.
Okay, I do not see any other questions, so I believe that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1104. We'll turn to House Bill 1195, Delegate Stein, Sunrise Act, and if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Delegate Stein, Sunrise Act, and if
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein in support of House Bill 1195, as the chair has referred to it. It is known as the Sunrise Act, and this bill seeks to address two main issues. The first, as the Speaker's bill that we heard earlier today does, it would devise a successor program to the current 3,000 megawatt net energy metering limit, which is what's in place under state law. And second, it provides additional options to ensure that low and moderate income Marylanders have access to lower cost electricity through the community solar program. And as you'll hear from this panel, the legislation is the product of 4 solar trade associations' consensus, and the associations represent everyone from developers to residential solar companies. These include Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, or CHESA, Coalition of Community Solar Access, Solar Energy Industry Association, and Maryland Residential Solar Coalition, who've been working over several months leading up to session on these issues. Now, as to the first issue, the idea of developing a successor program to the current 3,000 megawatt limit, the bill would provide market stability for the community solar industry by improving tracking and transparency as the state approaches the 3,000 megawatt net energy metering limit. And to that end, the bill as drafted would direct the Public Service Commission to develop and adopt a new compensation methodology based on grid value, including energy capacity, transmission, and other PSC approved values for those systems that would exist in the post 3,000 megawatt space. And it's expected that this net energy metering successor program for, again, post 3,000 megawatts would lead to lower electricity bills for all ratepayers while striking a balance to ensure a robust community and residential solar market. The bill would also create a capacity reservation system and net energy metering tracking system. This is important because as the state continues to deploy more residential and community solar, developers and solar businesses need to know whether they will be within the current 3,000 megawatt net energy metering system or the NEM successor system. And there can be long lead times to develop solar projects, so it's important to have that stability in knowing whether a system would be within that 3,000 megawatt cap. Secondly, the second major issue that the bill deals with is that it would provide options, additional options to ensure that low and moderate income Marylanders have access to lower cost electricity under community solar. The bill would create 2 additional mechanisms to assist community solar developers meet the 40% subscriber low and moderate income requirement, which is in place under current law. Again, for community solar projects, they need to make sure that 40% of the kilowatt hours that are provided to LMI households. Provision would provide an option for greater bill credits on low-income ratepayers' electric bills and an option to provide more financial resources for the Maryland Office of Home Energy Programs, which provides energy assistance for low-income Maryland ratepayers. Now, earlier today, we heard from the speaker, her testimony on HB 1476, which proposes a slightly different approach to the first part of the Sunrise Act, again, developing sort of a compensation methodology for those systems that will be in place once the 3,000 megawatt cap has been exceeded. Both bills have similar goals, but they do have slightly different approaches to the net energy metering successor issue. It's my understanding, and again, you'll hear from the panelists, that the four solar trade associations have been meeting with their members and other stakeholders to bridge the differences between the Sunrise Act and the Speaker's bill. And the panel will further elaborate on that progress and the rationale behind this bill to ensure that we meet the twin goals of ratepayer affordability and ensuring a continued robust community and residential solar market in Maryland. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee, thank you for sticking around. My name is Robin Dudd. I'm the Executive Director of the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association here in support of the Sunrise Act, HB 1195. To not rehash the conversations from earlier today, I want to just touch on the smooth transition and the structure that the Sunrise Act has in order to go from the current net metering program to the successor program. As I said, as Delegate Stein said, we're trying to get to the same place as the Speaker's bill, but it's a huge question of how to get there. Going into the transition, transparency, that kind of predictability, making sure that all the companies and all of the decision makers, and then also all the consumers who are trying to go solar, whether it's through subscription or getting solar on site, you need to have all these, you need to have some clear guardrails and some bright lines to make sure that during the development process, which can happen, for smaller projects as quickly as, 2, 6, 12 months, or for larger projects as much as, a couple of years, you need to have that foresight because there's a lot of financing, construction, and everything else that's set up to get into this, that goes into the construction and the energizing of the systems. By being able to do that, that prevents and can minimize the amount of project attrition, and then making sure that as many megawatts as possible that are already in development can make sure that they come online. And as we were talking about before, it's really important that we have as much distributed generation come online because of what that can do to help with peak demand, lower capacity prices, et cetera. I also just want to touch very briefly, it's making sure we do this within the existing programs. There's the loss of the investment tax credit to consider. There's also existing state programs, such as the Community Solar Permanent Program, which allows for 24 to 36 months of development to come online once it's in the queue. So, there's a lot of factors to put into here when building a smooth transition. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report on HB 1195. Thank you.
Sure. Great. Katie? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Chair Corman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Katie Reaver. I'm with IGS Energy and here representing the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. Our member companies install solar on rooftops and homes around Maryland. And, I think each system is small, 8 kilowatts, maybe 10 kilowatts, but together it's mighty. The residential segment is mighty. We're about a third of all of the solar installed in Maryland. And net metering has been a very fair and transparent mechanism for allowing homeowners to put solar on their roofs and get compensated for the electricity that they send to the grid. We understand that there's a time now where we need to transition to a new paradigm. We think that the commission will allow us a fair process to figure out what that looks like. There's no guaranteed outcomes, but I think we'll get a good, fair process there. And I would just highlight that similar to what Robin highlighted as well, is the transition between the two paradigms needs to be thought out very carefully, because if there's dislocation, they can cause a lot of customer confusion and a lot of business upheaval. And I would just say that this transition is very important both for the residential community and for the community solar community. But as we think about what this transition looks like, and we've been working on this across the trades, is how do we come up with the right paradigms that help the community solar industry, who have a much longer timeline for developing projects, and the residential community, which has a shorter timeline, but cannot have any gap in availability of net metering. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Charlie Coggeshall with Coalition for Community Solar Access, and I spoke before, but CCSA is a national trade association representing community solar companies across the country with a major stakeholder interest here in Maryland for a number of years as the program has evolved. So we responded to the speaker's legislation, HB 1476, earlier today, and we're supportive of what she wants to do and the direction she wants to go, with a couple exceptions that we're hoping to achieve from an amendment standpoint. And before I jump too far, I also want to say thank you to Delegate Stein for sponsoring our legislation. Sorry to remiss on that. But we want to reach the same end as the speaker. We're interested in evolving the program, making it more sophisticated, more value focused from a compensation standpoint. But there is a strong market here today that will be threatened if there is not kind of a smooth transition process put in place. And we've seen that happen in other markets. So that's what we're trying to avoid. And so the two key elements of the Sunrise Act, the legislation that we drafted, and again, we drafted that before we knew that the speaker was going to have legislation, is that in addition to creating a successor program, it would create a reservation system where capacity could get awarded based on hitting certain maturity milestones. So not just like any project submitting an interconnection application, but actually have moved down the development timeline of making major investments, having skin in the game, and then have that award of sort of the net metering 1.0 capacity and the confidence to move forward with actually constructing the multi-million-dollar community solar project. So that's a really key element. And also just note again that there is also a low and moderate income aspect to it that will provide more options for the market to reach really the harder to enroll lower income customers, which so far have been more difficult for the market to reach and represent an enrollment barrier. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Elias. I'm the Director of Policy and Market Development for Clean Capital, and I'm also one of the chairs of the Solar Energy Industries Association's Maryland groups, and I'm the Vice President of CHESA. I'll try to be brief here. One, I want to thank the delegate. I think that what this bill fundamentally does is two core things. One, it builds on Maryland's successful community solar framework by making it easier for low and moderate income communities to actually become subscribers. That is a community that is often left behind with respect to electricity. And what this would do is leverage agencies that already serve income qualified residents, and it helps make sure that those communities are able to actually take advantage of the bill savings credits. And the second thing it does is it really supports, before I spoke to you about the speaker's bill, it supports those three principles I spoke about, which is benefiting ratepayers, supporting continued growth of the solar industry, and ensuring prior investments retain value. And the difference between the speaker's bill and the delegate's bill is a lot of words, but words matter. And some of those words are things like the capacity reservation system, but it's also having uniform deadlines for interconnection deposits, making sure that we actually get those sort of things so that investors know how are they going to proceed with those projects. And then it ties eligibility not just to anyone who applied and entered the queue, because if you look at the interconnection queue, there's thousands of megawatts that are applied, but those aren't necessarily real projects. What defines whether or not it is a real project is have those interconnection deposits been paid to make the upgrades. And so what this does is it creates a really sophisticated system to make sure that those projects that are most advanced can reserve their capacity and know what is the value of those projects so that investors like Clean Capital, when they go and try to proceed in future investments, know whether or not that project is real. And that is important because it helps distinguish between which projects are going to be on one side of net metering and which are going to be towards the successor. And those details matter to ensure that we don't pause or halt investment in the one source of energy generation that can come online quickly and reduce costs for ratepayers in Maryland. Thank you, and I support this bill.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor or his panel? Okay, well, we have additional favorable in-person testimony. We will go to David Murray, Turning Point Energy. We have favorable amendment testimony from the Public Service Commission. And I know there's a whole group from Solar Landscape, so whoever from Solar Landscape is here, come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. David Murray, Turning Point Energy. We're a community solar and storage developer based here in Maryland. And, you know, I don't think I could have said it better than the previous panel around ensuring that there's a smooth transition. I think what the beauty of Delegate Stein's bill is it's very well thought out. It was based on industry consensus as well as reasonable timelines. And as I mentioned in my previous testimony, in Washington, the Republicans were chomping at the bit to get rid of the solar industry tax credit. And they did so, but ensured that projects that had made significant investments in construction, in interconnection, in site control, still had a few years to reach operation in order to preserve the existing investments that had been made. And so a similar structure that is in Delegate Stein's bill, I think, is really important to have in this transition. Now, a beauty of this bill, too, is it ensures that as a community solar developer, we are reaching the 40% low and moderate income customers that our power can provide. Why this is so important is that these customers are traditionally more difficult to reach. I don't know about you all, but when I get a phone call from a number I don't know, I don't pick it up. And if that person is saying that I can guarantee you 20% savings on your electricity bill, you're definitely going to hang up. By what this bill does is use the Office of Home Energy Programs to, as a trusted partner, to enroll those customers and ensure that they are guaranteed a 20% energy bill savings with no enrollment fee or no termination fee. Those are low to moderate income customers that are most vulnerable to bill impact increases, and we are ensuring that we make it as easy as possible on these customers to ensure savings. And so I commend Delegate Stein on his leadership here, continued leadership on the clean energy front, and I urge a favorable vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, Bill Castelli, on behalf of Solar Landscape, we also would like to thank Delegate Stein for meeting with us and talking to our clients. I will let David and Mark discuss their concerns with some of the transition periods. You've heard a little bit about that already. And Mark is the CEO, President, and David is the Vice President of Markets and Policy. Thanks.
Hi, it's me again. I'm Mark. I'm one of the owners of Solar Landscape. We're the commercial industrial rooftop guys. Thanks for all your time. Thanks to the bill sponsor. We're supportive with amendments, definitely supportive of the intent of the bill. And really our amendments are aimed at making sure that, as I said earlier today, we don't take our foot off the gas pedal of this fastest to scale type of solar, which is putting it on these commercial rooftops. Again, Brattle Group, a third-party utility consultant, said ratepayers could save hundreds of millions of dollars from doing more of this kind of project. And some of the language that we would like to amend is just around getting more certainty that there will continue to be a workable, financeable incentive for the commercial and industrial rooftop segment. Importantly, sort of when it comes to solar, not all different segments are the same in terms of the costs and the value. So on the cost side of things, it costs more money to lease a rooftop from a commercial real estate company than it costs to lease a piece of ground in the middle of nowhere or wherever for that matter. And if I sort of stopped there, then that would be a bad sort of argument. It's just more expensive, but it's not just more expensive, it's also more valuable, right? So that's where the Brattle Group is specifically focused on commercial and industrial rooftops. Because of the speed, when you're in an energy crisis, that speed translates into real value. You're getting more electrons on the grid ASAP. And then there's also a locational value aspect when you're putting projects literally on top of and next door to and down the street from where people consume the electrons from these projects. You're avoiding line and wire upgrades that translate into substantial ratepayer savings. So we just want to make sure that the compensation structure in the bill is set up in a way where we can continue to do these projects because ultimately they save Maryland ratepayers a lot of money. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. It's been a long day, so I'll keep this brief. I want to reiterate everything everyone said about the importance of a transition period is really important, and we fully support all of that. And we also fully support this bill and what Delegate Stein is looking to do here. I will just say, not much of the conversation has been around the actual compensation that would be set in the future, right? Because I think for most of the industry, to Mark's point, is working off of a different compensation structure. And so I think or a different margin structure, right? Has larger margins than the commercial industrial rooftop solar segment does. And so, just want to make sure that in addition to thinking through the transition period, which is an extremely important part of the equation here, that we also don't lose sight of making sure that the new normal we land in is also workable for all of the different segments of the market that we're trying to bring online, right? So, there are these two issues. It's how do we get to the new normal and make sure that is, doesn't chill financing and make sure everyone knows visibility and transparency. And then once we get there, can we still have a sustainable solar market in Maryland for many years to come? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. My name is Melanie Santiago Mosier. I serve as a commission advisor with the Public Service Commission, and I'm pleased to offer our testimony in support of House Bill 1195 with some amendments. Before I dive into my short testimony, I will keep it short, I'd like to take a moment to celebrate where we are. Because we are very, very quickly approaching the point where Maryland will have 3 gigawatts of distributed solar participating in our net metering program, and I think that is an amazing accomplishment. I think that is an amazing testament to visionary policymaking in this state. I think that is a testament to wonderful members of the industry who have worked really, really hard to be successful in this state for their companies, their employees, and their customers. And so I would really, really just love to take a moment to just let that sink in for a minute. We're in a great place, and we're in a great spot to keep going forward. So we're in favor of this bill with amendments. I love that this bill really thoughtfully lays out a process for a transition for how do we get from where we are today to the next system. We appreciate that the bill contemplates moving from the current one-for-one retail rate net metering paradigm to a new, more sophisticated values paradigm. We'd like a little bit more flexibility in the bill to set that rate, to set what that values proposition looks like going forward. We really are a big fan of what the bill contemplates with regard to providing greater access for low to moderate income families to access solar going forward. We have been in really robust and very transparent open communication with the industries on this bill and the Speaker's bill. Really appreciate the partnership and look forward to that continued partnership going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that brings us to favorable amendment virtual testimony from Laurel Peltier, Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. Laurel, are you with us?
I'm trying. There we go. There we go. Thanks. One sec. Let me get I'll just read it from here. Hello, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. I'm Laurel Peltier, and I chair the Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. And since 2022, we've worked very hard on 10 tactical ideas to lower low-income utility bills. And a bright star in our work has been community solar. I have some great news. Because of HB 908, community solar discounts are finally on utility bills. This was needed because low-income families couldn't enroll because of the credit card part. I've been out in the field helping folks enroll in the 25% off, that's people on energy assistance, and our coalition felt we needed some tactical changes to make enrollments easier. So I contacted the solar industry this summer, and we've worked for basically sections O and section P. And they really are intended to make these community solar savings hit the utility bills of energy assistance accounts. The first one makes auto enrollment easier, and that's a big deal because this is a stress-free, risk-free product. It's just solar grants on your bill, and reduces the enrollment barriers. And the second one is that if more solar is built, another option to hit the low-income 40% target is that solar developers could send the estimated dollar value of 20 to 25% solar savings straight to the state DSS, energy assistance, and that money would be distributed to that utility's OHEP accounts. It would basically be a 5th OHEP grant. The hope is that by reducing the future risk to developers of finding these low-income accounts, more solar is built. And my amendment is to ask the developers to up the discount to 25%, which equates to 10% off the project cost. More solar could mean a lot more savings payments directly to energy assistance accounts. And thank you for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1195 and all the bill hearings for today. Subcommittee announcements, Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will, I know people need a break, 6:20 meet on Zoom.
Okay. And on behalf of Chair Fraser Hidalgo, Madam Vice Chair, you have something to say?
Oh, he asked me to plan his meeting. How long do you think we'll be? Delegate Boyce?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. So that put us right around 7:30 for energy. All right. We'll be about an hour. Thanks.
All right. Everybody work hard in your subcommittees. Have a great evening.